Lockdown.
Represents being real.
Yeah. Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas.
Lockdown.
This is the Rob Brown Show.
Get robbed.
Only on
The Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
I don't know why I'm not used to it yet. I should be.
Good morning.
End of sentence. I should just be used to that, and I'm not. I'm not.
Because you don't like children, and so it's very annoying. Because
Okay.
what other explanation could there be? I mean, it's a cheery voice in the morning. It's something I'm sure everyone, including myself, looks forward to because it means the day is starting. I mean, just
Good morning.
it says, "I'm going to have a great day." That's what
It
it
sure
says.
does say things. Predominantly, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Happy Thursday, amigos and amigettes. It is wonderful to be with you one more time again for 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, excellence, above averageness.
Why are you questioning that? There are awards that say, at least now, we are the reigning, defending,
That's fair.
undisputed.
That's fair.
Come on.
You got to do it though.
No,
Lean into
because
it.
my head, I might pass out if I tried it.
Ladies and gentlemen, glad to have you along for the ride as we are set to rock and roll all the way up until 10 a.m. I am Rob Brown. The pleasure is not exclusively mine, however, because another young man who takes great pleasure in doing this radio broadcast sits directly across from me on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. He is the gentleman that is in charge of roughly 85% of the sounds that come through your speakers. The other 15 is me. He, of course, is the great one, Lonzo, here in the building. What's up, big dog?
Lonzo is a superstar.
There it is.
The pleasure is definitely yours. He's
sure.
being modest.
For sure.
You're welcome for me being here on this side of the glass.
Personal foul. He was giving them the business.
That's what I do. I give them the business.
We gonna give y'all the business for 4 hours. Not quite as aggressively as Ron Cherry makes it sound.
Come
Personal
on.
foul. He was giving them the business.
I love Thursday. Thursdays are chock full of stuff.
I don't disagree. Thursdays are good days. Because coming up at 8:20, Rashad Beard will join us. We'll talk some Carolina Panther football with him. At 8:40, Emily Adams of the Greenville News will join us. We'll talk some Gamecock athletics with her. And then at 9:20, the moment you've all been waiting for, because it has been just a minute since we talked some wrestling. Coming up at 9:20, it's time for Fight Club with the great one, Lonzo, where he will catch us up on all you need to know in the world. We could do the entire final hour of the show between boxing, MMA, and pro wrestling. We could do the whole final hour of the show and probably still need more time. So make sure you're here for that, because we're backed up. But between here,
We have medicine for that, you know.
okay.
I just thought,
Lonzo
sorry.
taught me the expression mid last year that when someone says, "Are you regular?" it doesn't mean your shirt size. It doesn't mean the portion on your plate. It does mean the repercussions from the portion on your plate, perhaps. I did not know that. And since Lonzo told me what it means when someone asks, "Are you regular?" I have heard that, Zoe, and I don't know, what's that? I forget what it's called. There's like a phenomenon that once you see, or once something happens in your life, you see it more often. So you buy a red sports car, and then you start noticing that
It's
sports
like-
car's red everywhere.
It's like a Men in Black when Jay finally sees the aliens for the first time, and then he walks out and he notices them everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a I forget what it's called, but there's a psychological phenomenon. It has a name, right? So the point here is that ever since Lonzo brought that up to me, I hear that phrase all the time now. And I got to tell you, I didn't know this. I thought it was just my grandma. Okay? Because my grandmother, who is one of my favorite people on planet Earth, I'm very fortunate to have a good relationship with her. But one thing she does that drives me up a wall is that you cannot visit my grandmother without my grandmother checking in on your BMs. How are your BMs lately, Rob? Are you good? Are you getting enough fiber?
Would it?
And 4.
Man, gosh, what is wrong with me?
I don't
Actually,
know,
I know what's wrong with me.
Yeah, that's right.
She's checking your toxicity level. It's a hard word.
I mean,
Toxicity.
high.
Yeah.
You can just ask me. I'll tell you.
I mean, because if you ain't regular, then you're probably grumpy.
Not just straight up. In fact, I was down there for Christmas. Went to Grandmama's house. Went to Deanie Brown's house. Showed up, and surprise to me, a large contingent of my Houston family was there. Had not seen them in years. They had come over to visit Deanie Brown. Had not seen them in years. Walked in super excited. A bunch of cousins that, I still talk to them, but I haven't seen them in person in years. And I walk in, and it's like, I surprised them. They didn't know I was coming. Grandma didn't know I was coming. Walk in the house, tell everybody hi. We're all chatting. I'm sitting down at the table. The family made some gumbo. One of them brought some pralines from New Orleans, right? We were all sitting there having a lovely time, chowing down as the Brown Cronin clan does. And it gets, you hit that moment, even with your closest family, after a handful of minutes where there's a lull in the conversation, right? You've kind of got the important stuff out there, and everybody's thinking, what's the next thing we're going to talk about? And grandma hits me from across the table with, how have your BMs been lately? Are you good? And it's like, this has been happening for years now, and I'm still not used to sitting down at a family table and having somebody go, hey, man, how's the pooping going? Pretty good. Thanks for asking.
You're missing an opportunity because no one wants to ask me that because I'm going to go into detail of consistency and times of day. And I mean, I'll talk to you about 15 minutes until you tell me to not do it again. And you know what, when you do that, usually, it may not work with your grandma. You do that. Usually they won't ask you anymore.
I need you to know I've considered it many times.
Come on. What do you do for a living? I mean, go into make everyone uncomfortable. As uncomfortable as you feel when she asks you that question, make everyone feel that way. And then involve other people.
I don't want to.
Say, hey, Bobby, you remember when we were growing up, we never had that problem. I'm sure you look like you put on a little weight. You're probably having that trouble too. How are you doing? And then just go around the room. I mean, make it about everyone in the room, not just you.
Genuine question for those of you in the listening audience, and this is the last thing we'll talk about regarding poops, and then we'll move on to sports because that's why you're here.
You brought it up early. If you brought it up in this, if you brought it up in the 7:00 hour, it would be all we would talk about the rest of the show.
That's probably not wrong. So let's get it out of the way. 71307 is the text line. Do you have an elderly family member who is obsessed with poop? Do you have an elderly family member, or are you that? Be honest. If it's you, it's you. You can own it. All right? It's a safe space, y'all. Do you have an older family member who makes it a habit to ask you about your BMs? Or is my grandma the greatest chick, but weird? Which one is it? All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to on the radio broadcast today. Your Pro Bowl rosters have dropped for the 2023-24 National Football League Pro Bowl flag football game taking place February 4th in Orlando, Florida at Camping World Stadium. There are 4 teams that do not have a representative on them. The Carolina Panthers, shockingly, are one of them. Not a Panther selected to the Pro Bowl, which is unsurprising. They've won 2 games. I would say I think Derek Brown probably should have gotten a nod at defensive line. But outside of that, I really don't have an issue with that. Another team that did not get a Pro Bowl member for the first time since the year 2000, the New England Patriots. 0 Pro Bowl members from the Patriots this year. First time since Rob Brown was a freshman in high school.
So Tommy DeVito's agent didn't make it to the Pro Bowl?
No.
His ex-agent. Yeah.
No, he's still his agent. He's just not his PR guy anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right.
he demoted him off PR, focused on agent Sean Stiletto. Hey.
Which is the most attention that
Sean Stiletto's ever got?
No, that New England got all year.
So no Patriots for the first time since the year 2000.
New England? I don't know. I'm going home.
It's all good. We're gonna get you through it, buddy.
Yeah,
we're gonna get you
Giants,
through it.
Yeah.
I need you to be the best EP you can be in the circumstances given.
I'm gonna do this thing. I'm just gonna do that.
Okay. I accept. For your benefit, not mine. Okay. No New England Patriots.
Can we go back to talking about poop? I'm
No.
okay with that. I mean, I could handle that even in whatever state I'm in.
Texas says, Happy New Year, y'all. Other than grandmas, it's not polite to discuss in mixed company. Trust me on this. Signed, Carpool Mom. Oh, Carpool Mom. I, in theory, totally agree with you.
But it's whatever's accepted in society today. And if you see a lot of TV commercials now, they're talking about poop.
I mean, it's one thing when it's a help you poop medication. Right?
Okay. All right.
It's one thing when it's like, hey, or Is your grandma asking and you don't have a good answer for her? Try this pill. It'll help you poop better. Then it makes sense to go down that path. I'm talking about you walk in the door, you knock down a couple of bowls of gumbo.
Shouldn't that take care of it?
I mean, if it's good gumbo.
I mean,
All right. So the Patriots, no Pro Bowlers since the year 2000. Is that it for Hoodie? Is that the death note for Hoodie? I think it's got to be, right? And the reason that I bring this up is not necessarily because I want to get into a introspective retrospective about the career of Bill Belichick. We all know what it is and what was accomplished during arguably the greatest dynastic run in the history of the National Football League. The reason I ask is because I don't enjoy, but realize the importance of making sure it is well known that this is a business. That as much as we like to say it's more than a business, it's more than money, it's really not. And I got to wonder if Bob Kraft went, well, this season didn't have a happy ending, so we probably need to make something happen here. We might need to move on. We'll talk about that later on in the radio broadcast.
Did you do that on purpose?
Hell yeah, I did.
Okay, I wasn't looking at you. Just to make it sure.
Sorry about my language.
Josh Allen is a go this weekend as the Buffalo Bills travel down to sunny South Florida and take on the Miami Dolphins in the de facto AFC East Championship game. Why is that interesting? Aside from the fact that that game is the Sunday night game, that game is, I think, the only why?
Did he make the Pro Bowl?
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
No, he did not make the Pro Bowl.
That's why
Your dude did as a third stringer. But I guess going is going.
Does he deserve it?
No.
I mean,
no. No.
Neither does Josh Allen.
I don't entirely disagree. Josh Allen coming off of a stinger, an injury that you make fun of unless you've had one. They suck a lot.
Yeah, they do. Don't make fun of it. It sounds like something made up, but it hurts.
Stingers and turf toes. Stingers and turf toes are the two injuries that get mocked relentlessly and should not. You know, a couple of years ago, I remember this. I was on the air down in Florida when it happened. Not a couple of years ago, it's been like 6 or 7 years. There was a push by and I don't remember the name of the organization, but it's like the National Association of Orthopedic Doctors or something, right? Made a push to change the name turf toe, Lonzo, to
Death toe.
If you've seen the pictures of people with turf toe,
it's brutal,
death
dude.
toe, it makes sense to me.
It's brutal, dude. So Josh Allen got a stinger. He is a go for the Bills this Sunday night when they travel down to take on your AFC Pro Bowl starting quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, and his Miami Dolphins. That one's for the AFC East. I think, top of my head, I read all these last night, and I was very tired. I think that game is the only one. There are 4 divisions that have to be decided still. I think that's the only game. I think that's the only game between 2 teams who will win the division. Like Dallas can win the division with a win. Tampa can win the division with the win, but they are not playing the other team that can win the division. Winner of Buffalo Miami wins the AFC East. Why is that interesting? Because with a win in the division, Buffalo could be as high as the number 2 seed with an L. There's a path for them to miss the playoffs altogether. So we're going to talk a lot of NFL playoffs today. We got to talk collegiate football because your national championship game is next Monday. Lonzo, are you staying up to watch the finish of that game knowing that it is going to be after midnight?
No. That's what DVR is for. I will watch the first half. I'll wake up the next day and watch the rest of it.
Can you bring the same energy when you already know the score? I can't. I've tried.
I don't know the score because I don't look at it.
You get up. Are you treadmill in the mornings now with the new schedule? Are you treadmill in the AM before you come here, guy?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So you out of
my wife would kill me if I'm doing that at 3 a.m. No, because that's what I'd have to get up at 3. No.
So do you avoid all
right?
Contact with the outside world until you get here?
Part of my routine actually usually is to peruse the social media.
Social media posts before I'm even here.
It is. In the end, I don't care who wins this. I want Washington to win.
I feel like you do.
I want Washington to win. It's a foregone conclusion, according to it seems like most of the sports people in America, that Michigan's going to win this thing. But I don't care in a way where it's my team, so I got to stay up type of thing. To me, this is work, and I will find out the next day.
I mean, it's work, but it's an enjoyable gig, so I take great pleasure in my work.
Is it enjoyable if there's a chance that one of the teams that you hate the most could possibly win the whole thing?
Yeah, but there's also a chance one of the teams you hate the most won't.
All right, so there's this thing that if Washington is destroying Michigan at halftime, that I might very well stay up a little bit later.
It's like 28-0.
I might stay up a little bit more and enjoy the pain that they're feeling. But that defense is for real, and we'll see.
Defense is for real.
Defenses win championships. We're going to find out because we know that Washington has an excellent offense. So if the offense is humming, that defense is not, and Michigan is getting the beat down, I probably will stay up a little bit later.
We, later on in the radio broadcast, will begin taking a look at the national championship game coming up next Monday night. The
Alabama Invitational.
By the way, I just want to point out that
I can't believe that took me that long to get to that clip.
The Alabama Invitational.
That one of the hosts from Charlotte was on earlier with Amy.
Yeah.
And mentioned Harbaugh coming to so that Harbaugh coming to Carolina is not
dork.
Other people are thinking the same thing. That's all I'm pointing out. Why is that a dork thing?
I'm just calling Harbaugh a dork.
Well, that's for sure.
Dork.
Although he's a khaki guy like you. So,
when's the last time you saw me in khaki?
That was sarcasm.
Good.
Remember the last time you saw me in khakis?
I'm a chinos guy.
When I had to go buy khakis for a stupid picture and you can't see the pants we're wearing.
You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. We can talk about that later in the show because Rashad Beard's joining us at 8:20, as a matter of fact. So we'll ask him about that.
Not a khaki guy.
Not, I'm going to say probably not. If Rashad's rocking khakis, they're like the work khakis, like the thick khakis.
Or he's trying to blend in for the spy work. Maybe he's, at a Kohl's.
That's fair.
Incognito.
At a Kohl's?
Yeah, because that's where some other ne'er-do-wells might hang out.
Kohl's.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're
very specific.
I mean, because people don't dress like that unless they're hiding something. That's all I'm saying.
All right, so we'll talk national championship game later on. Speaking of college football, don't worry, Los Tigres. Don't worry, El Gamecocks, because you're not the only team losing a bunch of dudes to the portal. Alabama got an invitation into
the Alabama Invitational.
And yet they are still watching players leave via the portal, like a few of them, like a handful, including some good ones. You're not the only ones. I want to talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. We now have NFL coaches, active NFL coaches, beginning to outwardly complain about officiating. And I found yesterday, and this is not me being sarcastic, I'm going to play the actual memo sent from the NFL to teams about eligible receivers checking in. And then I would like to have a further conversation about NFL officiating and ask you, is that the biggest hindrance to the NFL right now? Because somebody made a really good point within a fantastic article up on yahoosports.com that I would like to address. All right, we got to take a break. We have got a lot going on. A lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. Join us on our live stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, or The Rob Brown Show on Twitch. We'd love to have you. You can give us a buzz at 844-326-3663. You can text us at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. We're back after this on The Rob Brown Show in The Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
From the News Talk 98.9 WORD Weather Center, here's the Carolinas' most trusted forecast
So,
on the Fan Upstate.
That's what happens when you,
Sunshine today with a high
stutter
around
on the
50.
button.
Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 25. Mostly sunny into Friday with a high of 46 and a chance for some rain and snow showers.
I didn't want to hear
Friday
that
night,
liner
cloudy with a low of
anyway.
33.
'Cause,
And
you
more
know,
rain Saturday with a high of 46. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster on the Fan Upstate. Currently, it's 33 degrees.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we
didn't
started
realize
using
that the
Babbel.
Epstein
And started
list had
learning
come
Spanish
out,
fast.
so-
With Babbel, you can start having
Perusing
conversations in another
Babbel.
language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's
I'm
conversation
sure there's going to be some very civil conversations about that over the next few days.
Interactive bite-sized
Possibly.
lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
The
¿Cómo
first
te
2 names,
llamas?
of
¿Cómo
course.
te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you
It's
learn
funny.
a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
Clicking
In
on
just
different
3 weeks,
sites,
we're starting to have
that
conversations.
some
in
lean one
Spanish.
way, some lean another way, to see which name shows up first.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Vamos a tener mucha diversión.
And that means we're going to have so much fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life, celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of
Ooh, there's
maintenance and repair pros trust
178
Grainger,
stars
because
on
we have professional grade
according to
supplies for
one site.
every industry.
So the
even
interesting
hard
thing
find
that's going to
products.
come up for
And we have
us
same day pickup and next day delivery
is
on
that
most orders. But most
Epstein
importantly, we have an
did
unwavering
a-
commitment to help keep you up and running. Call clickgrainger.com.
I don't know
or
how to
just stop
phrase
by.
this without it
Grainger,
being
for the
cancelled.
ones who get it done.
Epstein worked his way into high society.
Pizza's here. Oh,
By
great.
doing a
I'd
lot
love
of
some, but
philanthropic.
I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having
schmoozing
diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or
celebrities,
loose,
many of
oily
whom
stools, it may not just be stomach issues.
may
It
have
could be a
taken
condition
flights with
called
him, but not
exocrine
necessarily
pancreatic
have gone
insufficiency,
to
or EPI. With
the-
EPI,
the
the
island.
pancreas doesn't release
And
enough
what's going to be
enzymes
interesting
to
is a
break
lot
down
of people
food,
are
but
working right
EPI
now on the
is
assumption that
manageable.
if you are
Oh,
using
so
the
that's
flight
why he's
checker
trying
on
to go ahead.
identifyepi.com.
David
Talk to your
Copperfield's on the
doctor.
list.
That's identifyepi.com.
So
lot of
Steve,
people
so
are
Stephen Hawking, which is
saw that last night.
yeah, I just-
Insurance.
A lot of people are making the assumption that if you were on the flight list, you went to the island. And that is not correct. Epstein used to fly people all across the country basically as a way to kiss up to celebrities and politicians and get his name in high
Well,
society.
people are only going to see names on the list and automatically
Correct.
assume.
You're listening
Yeah,
to
I-
Experience with
I-
Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
So honestly, like,
it's going to make
you can relive big
Twitter
moments from
trending
Mark
topics
Ryan, Rob
difficult.
Brown,
Yeah, I'm
Jim
sure.
Rome, and
Hey, Michael
more.
Jackson's on the
Miss
list.
a Just
The,
rewind with the
the
Odyssey app on the Fan Upstate.
flight list.
Rise and shine, sports
I'm not
fans.
going to say
Grab
it's
your coffee
irrelevant,
and
but
a
it's kind
jolt
of irrelevant.
sports on
Like,
the
I don't need
Rob
the
Brown
flight list.
Show.
I know who
my
who's
zone.
on
He
the
gets me
wall.
ready for the day.
Yeah,
On
at the island.
Fan
I agree.
Upstate.
The Rob Brown Show carries on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, my friends. It is tremendous to be with you. I hope that you are exceptionally well out there across Sportslandia. Before we get too deep in the show, I do want to spend just a minute talking about this cat. Will Shipley has announced that he is foregoing his senior season at Clemson, and he will be headed to the NFL. Shipley announced his decision across his social media platforms last night. The 5'11", 200-pound junior from North Carolina is the only player selected to the All-ACC team as a runner, an all-purpose player, and a specialist. Shipley said on X, previously known as Twitter, that, quote, I am grateful for the last 3 years, and I'm excited to see what the future holds. Shipley, of course, was injured in that 38-35 exhilarating Gator Bowl win over Kentucky last week, but late in the game, he stumbled, somersaulted out of bounds after a 60-yard kickoff return in the fourth quarter and had to be carted off of the field. The good news is that MRIs on his leg did not show any structural damage. So it looks like hopefully it was just kind of a hyperextension or something in that regard. And he should be good to go as far as his health. But there's two things that I think should be discussed here. Number one is Will Shipley as the player that he was. And number two, what this means for Clemson moving forward. And I think that there is a important discussion that needs to be had.
So, quick question. You think the fact that Maffa was starting to get more carries and was coming on has anything to do with him leaving?
It is almost as if you read my mind. That was the answer to the second question, which was, what's to say about Clemson? And the answer is, it says to me that Maffa's coming back. It says to me that it was pretty much decided that if he comes back, he's RB1 next year, right? We entered this year with Will Shipley as RB1. I will acknowledge that one of the things that I got wrong last year, one of the things I got wrong last year was leading up, I said, I need Will Shipley toting the rock like 24 times a game. I need you to lean on the run game until Cade Klubnik shows me that you can rely on him as a consistent pass game expert. It turns out I got that wrong. It probably should have been Phil Maffa. Now, maybe Phil Maffa just had the best day he's ever going to have against Kentucky in the Gator Bowl. Let's not pretend that Clemson wasn't playing 50% of Kentucky's backups in that game. That's what bowl games are now. They're glorified scrimmages. But I think that Phil Maffa displayed a pretty firm grasp on the offense, on the almost kind of 50% 50% NFL style offense that Garrett Riley brought to Clemson. I think he put on display that he's got a pretty good grasp on that offense. So I think Phil Maffa just kind of wrestled that spot away from Will Shipley. And it's a tough spot to be in because for the past 3 years, Will Shipley has been one of the few guys in a program that I think it's fair to say has struggled, at least relative to what that team was up until 2019. Phil Maffa is just kind of that guy. He's just kind of that guy. So I think this says primarily that should Phil Maffa come back, and I think that he will. He has said that he hasn't decided on his future at this point. But this kind of indicates to me one of two things. Either A, and this is a legitimate possibility as well, Will Shipley, as he sat on a golf cart being toted off the field in a game that didn't matter, went, yeah, I can't risk this being worse, right? At the moment that it happened, I don't know about you guys. At the moment that it happened, Zoe, when Will Shipley was down on the sideline and they were loading him onto a cart, man, I was holding my breath. You guys ask, why do players opt out of that bowl game? Because if Will Shipley popped his ACL/MCL in that moment, he's not getting drafted. He's either going in as a UDFA, having to earn a spot, or he's got to come back for 1 year of what is effectively rehab assignment with the Clemson Tigers.
So even now, I mean, how high do you think he's getting drafted?
I think Will Shipley has it in him to be a special teams ace at the NFL. Do I think he's going to be a prolific starting running back? No. Do I think he can be a change of pace, third down back? Do I think he could be a guy that you could put in the backfield with the power back and let him be your pass catching back? Yes. But I think Will Shipley is probably at the best a change of pace back and an elite special teams player. I think he could be an elite special teams player.
All right. Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. Where do you think he's going to get drafted at?
Oh, I have no idea. Fifth round?
Or do you believe for sure he's getting drafted?
I am going probably. First off, I'm going day 2. He's definitely a day 2 guy. And I'll go definitely a day 2 guy for one reason. I've started looking at the mocks because I'm a psychopath. I've started looking at the mocks. And I have seen a handful of mocks. I don't necessarily know that I agree with them yet, but I have seen a handful of mocks, Zoe, that have 0 running backs going in the first round. Not a running back. Now, that leads to a conversation that we will probably have as we get closer to draft day, which is to say there's a reason that NFL running backs are begging for more money when they hit elite status, and there's a reason that NFL teams are so reluctant to give it to them. If running backs had a much higher value, we'd have a few going in the first round. CBS Sports, our mothership, CBS Sports has all their mock drafts out on their website right now. Go look through them. All of CBS mock draft experts, none of them have a running back going in the first round. 0, nada, 9, none. So because of that, it's going to push guys like Will Shipley later back into the second round at the very earliest. Now, what this does for Clemson is exacerbate the need to re-recruit Phil Maffa, I think. I think it exacerbates the need to get into Maffa's head and go, hey, bro, there he is. We love you, dog. There he is. And get him to stay. I know you've got some running back recruits coming in. I know you've got some good ones that have been in the mix. We've still got National Signing Day coming up in a month and a half.
Is that still a thing?
It is very much still a thing. It's not as big as it used to be because we also now have early signing day, which frankly, I 100% think we should get rid of early signing day. It is one of the few things, like a lot of the stuff that people talk about, I don't really care about. There are 2 changes that I would make if I became czar of college football. Number 1, transfer portal day starts a week after the national championship game. There's no, that there are transfer portal exemptions. Like your team ends its season without a bowl game and your transfer portal day starts here. But if your team makes a bowl game, then the transfer portal opens a week after. So like you got a moving portal for teams that make it to bowl games, for teams that make it into bowl games, play later than others, et cetera, et cetera. Move the transfer portal opening to a week after the Natty, and then just have one signing day. All right? Just one. Because I will say this, I'm not a big recruiting guy. I'm only a recruiting guy in as much as I understand how important it is to college football, and I understand how important it is to some of y'all. So I got to stay on top of it at least a little bit to pay attention. But one of the very few things about recruiting I do miss is the absolute chaos of National Signing Day when it was just a day.
Yeah, there were some guys. There were also some guys that was their thing. I mean, on TV.
Signing Day, yeah.
Yeah, and they were the authority. I don't remember who they were.
I missed that.
But yeah, there would be breaking news, all kinds of stuff, and we'd be watching closely, and you don't do that anymore.
Yeah, the excitement of that event is gone. All that being said, remember yesterday when we were talking about the Gamecocks losing 21 players to the portal? And I said, look, on one hand, you got a bunch of guys on this list that are going to go somewhere where they will be a featured player when they will not be in Columbia. Guys like Omega Blake. Always going to be a Z wide receiver in Columbia. At ECU, he is going to be the X. He's going to be wide receiver 1. Not a lot you can do there. If a guy wants to go somewhere where he can be featured and try to get better playing in that spot, he's going to go. But I did say there's a handful of other names on that list, Stone Blanton, Pup Howard, guys that were expected to come in and be lifers, guys that had been doing a great job as player recruiters, guys that when you got them, they were almost kind of a coup in the recruiting class, and they're transferring out. I said, look, that kind of concerns me. In today's day and age of college football, you've got to recruit 3 times. You got to recruit guys out of high school to your team. You got to recruit guys out of the portal to your team. And now you have to recruit guys on your team to stay on your team. And I said, I wonder if that's going poorly for South Carolina. Keep in mind, when I say recruit a guy on your team to stay on your team, I do not mean you got to go in there after the season ends and go, hey, Stone, we love you, buddy. I mean, 365 days a year, you have to be working to build a program that feels like home for these guys. The rumor is coming out right now. We'll talk to Emily Adams about this coming up at 8:40. The rumor is Pup is going home to Florida to be close to his family. Now, there's a chance that you might have had the most homey of all college football programs, but at the end of the day, some guys just need their mama, right? And that's okay. I'm good with that. But there's a lot of guys going in the portal. And you're not the only school that's happening to. I'm going to talk about Bama coming up in a while because Bama's losing a handful as well. But the point here is 365 days a year, you've got to be committed to creating and running a program that guys come in and they go, damn, I love it here. I really like it here. I think I'm going to stick for a while. So, turning our efforts back to Clemson and Phil Maffa. This is a spot that I would say I really hope you guys have spent the last 365 convincing Phil Maffa that this is that spot, that this is where he needs to be, that he will be better off with another year in the purple and orange than he would be going into the draft. Because with Shipley moving on, if Maffa decides to follow him to the NFL, you're leaning on youth at a position that, unless, and I'm not saying he will or won't, we'll be talking about this all offseason long, unless Cade Klubnik has a spectacular offseason of growth, right? Unless Cade comes out a new man in 2024, I think we pretty much got it proven to us the later the season rolled on this year that Clemson's got to be able to run the football. They've got to be able to run the football to keep the pass open for Cade, not rely on Cade to demand honesty from a defense to open up the run game. And if that's the case, Phil Maffa's your dude next year. I argue Phil Maffa is the only reason you beat Kentucky in the bowl game. Again, I don't care about bowl games, but it was very clear that Dabo in the game came to win that game against Kentucky. And Phil Maffa's the reason that you did. So I hope, for your sake, Clemson, I hope that your guys in the vest visors with the clipboards right up the road understand recruiting strategy number 3. Convince guys in the program already that they are better off in the program than they are anywhere else. Because with Will Shipley going to the show, Phil Maffa just became invaluable to you. By the way, I loved watching Will Shipley play. I go back, was it a year and a half ago when Florida State came up to Clemson? When Clemson was still very much in the title hunt? Florida State came up. Florida State had Clemson on the ropes for like a while. I was covering that game live. I was like, uh-oh, might have them. And then what happened? Will Shipley. Will Shipley took over in that game. And it was not the only game that he did that. Not the only game he did that. That's a guy that's going to be missed. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up our numero uno. 844-326-3663 is the number. Clemson fans, your thoughts on Will Shipley declaring for the NFL draft. What do you think? We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Opinions, analysis, and entertainment all rolled into one sports talk show. This is the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Yes.
All right, guys, we got to
I'm Chuck Sanders. Here's the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate. Patrick Mahomes will...
I don't get it.
Save more. Up to $100.
Institute. Visit staples.com/print for details. For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season,
Also,
Capital
Mox
One
looks
reminds
badass.
you to give yourself the gift of 1.5%
Badass.
cash back with the Capital One.
You probably don't know who the
Quick
character
Can I
is.
earn
Red Hood?
1.5%
Yeah.
Okay,
cash
you know
back
who
on
Red Hood is.
Birds.
What if you sent
I want a
True
Red
Love
Hood
to
stuff
Turtle
from my
Doves plus
car,
a
but they don't
purchase
make
picture?
it.
Sure.
So I
But
want
why
the
would
Spider-Man
anyone want
instead
that?
on the inside.
It's
We
almost very
looked.
convincing.
They just don't make anything.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver card.
But it's cool
What's
because
in
my
your wallet?
granddaughter loves the Spider-Man
apply.
car,
See
and then
CapitalOne.com for
she
details.
tells everybody that I'm
Today,
Batman.
sunshine
So
and
I
a few
mean,
clouds, high of 52.
you know,
Weather brought to you by Vicks VapoStick. Soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. Soothing for your loved ones. From the makers of Vicks. Trusted for over 125 years.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the Fan.
oh, well, yeah, the original Red Hood.
Yeah.
But
97.7
Red Hood
FM.
now, Red Hood now is on it. Jason.
Okay, I knew that?
Yeah.
Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate.
That's what confused me. All right, listen, what'd I do?
You didn't do anything. It
okay.
freaks you out because someone wanted the Q speaker to deaden one of the things, and every time I have something in Q that you ask me,
I broke something.
Yeah, you can blame somebody else for that because it wasn't necessary. But anyway.
Brandon Marshall, former National Football League wide receiver, was asked on a podcast about David Tepper throwing a drink into the face of one Jacksonville Jaguars fan. And Brandon Marshall, who spent a season in division as a member of the New Orleans Saints back in 2018, never played for the Carolina Panthers, but has over the past couple of years kind of become almost a player liaison. Like he spends a lot of time communicating with other players. Is
that how that's, so we could just do that and suddenly become a liaison?
Yes, if you can get to a point where you are a go-to sounding board for guys in the league, then yes, I would say it kind of earns you a spot as a dude who's got some wiggle room to talk a little bit. And Brandon Marshall's one of those cats. Now, Brandon Marshall was asked on a podcast what he thought about Panthers owner David Tepper and his throwing a drink into the face of a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. And Brandon Marshall said this.
Panthers owner tossing drink on fan was in character. This is who he is. Use my language, but he's this owner's, and it's okay. Now you got to pay the consequences.
Is what Brandon Marshall said. And I got to tell you, I always hesitate to call someone I don't know and haven't met personally but I'm like kind of at the point where I feel like it might be okay. Now, I'm probably going to get in trouble for that. But I kind of feel like it's got to be said. Not because I know him personally, I don't. But it kind of feels like a where there's smoke, there's fire scenario, right? And here's what I mean. You talk about Jerry Jones, a guy I haven't met in person. JJ is obstinate. He's stubborn. He's hard-headed. He never has the business mode turned off. He is Alec Baldwin in, what is it, Glengarry Glen Ross? Is that the movie? That's it, right?
That's the name of the movie. I don't know that I ever saw it, but
it's a good movie. I haven't seen it in probably a decade and a half, but it's a good movie. He's a salesman in that movie, and that's where the phrase ABC, always be closing, comes from. He's standing in front of a room full of car salesmen, telling them how his Rolex cost more than their year's salary. And hey, if you think I'm a absolute, that's okay. Go home to your wife, spend time not having the amount of money I have, think I'm but realize I have more money than you ever will. That's Jerry Jones. He's not a bleep, but it's never off.
So usually when something is bleeped, there's a little bit left on it so you can kind of figure out what they're trying to say. So but I think
starts with an A, ends with a hole.
Oh, okay.
Called him that twice, did Brandon Marshall. So I've met JJ. I'll tell you this again. It was in person.
Which is also called is also being a jerk. And for what I've heard on a bunch of different shows, you got to be that to be successful, supposedly.
I think you have to lack empathy to become a billionaire. I do. I think you got to lack empathy. You also got to keep in mind when JJ bought the boys, he was not a billionaire because it was 90 years ago. It was a different world at that time. And JJ had the good fortune and I'm going to say know-how to turn that team into the most illustrious brand in American sports. Tep's not. I do think you have to kind of be a bit of a, if you want to become a billionaire and be capable of buying a team. But I also think that there is the difference between a and a clown. And the fact that you have got guys like Brandon Marshall firing off, the fact that you've got players, because there is now a bunch of audio coming out from presser yesterday, because, of course, the first time the Panthers are available since this video drop, every reporter is asking every player, yo, what do you think about the owner tossing a drink in a player's face? And what is every player doing? Well, Chris Tabor, the interim head coach, said, that's not for me to answer. We all know you think it's a clown move too, and that's okay. And I know you can't say it. So you ever worked for a boss who did a bunch of dumb things, but you couldn't criticize publicly? It's tough.
Not currently, but
not currently.
And that's not me kissing up. Not currently, but yes.
Yeah.
One of the things about working somewhere for a very long time is you get a mix of people who are your bosses, and some of them not very good. So yeah.
Yeah. It's rough. I get it. I get that Bryce Young, when asked about it, can't say anything. I get it. I understand. I get that Chris Tabor, the interim head coach, that Derek Brown, probably the only guy that deserved a Pro Bowl nod for this team and didn't get one. I know that they can't say anything about it. I get it. And I wouldn't ask them to take that fall. But when you've got guys like Brandon Marshall coming out and saying, hey, yo, this guy is a, then I think you've got to know, when you combine it with the stories of the Ron Rivera days, when you combine it with the stories surrounding the end of the Matt Rule era, the Frank Reich era, when you look at Scott Fitterer standing in the background with his hands in his pocket like he's even afraid to look that direction and tick off the boss. And then you combine that all, because, hey, here's the thing. If the Panthers were 2-14 instead of 14 or 14-2 instead of 2-14, we might go, yeah, he's but he's our.
What do you want Federer to do? Throw up the too sweet sign? And I mean, good one, boss. I mean, what's he supposed to do? What do you do in that? I'm not taking his side because I think he's a horrible GM. But what do you do in that case? You can't go, boss, man, you shouldn't have did that. I mean, you just kind of stand there and go,
I'll tell you right now.
Yep.
I'll tell you right now. If I am out in public, and I think it's one of those things that you can't say you know what you would do until it happens and you do or don't do it. But I think if I'm out in public and I do something, I see my boss about to do something that is a criminal offense, that I'd be able to walk over and go, hey, boss, no, sir. No, sir. Let's not. Let's walk outside. Let's catch a breather. Let's go catch a heater outside and see if you feel better in a minute. But maybe don't do that, big dog. Now.
So do you jump in front of the drink? Do you take one for the fan?
If I can, yes. Not that I'm taking one for the fan. I'm taking one to keep my boss from having the cops called on him, which is what would have happened to David Tepper if he wasn't a billionaire. You hear the youngs, you hear the youths, Yana, talking about how the billionaires get away with it. This is exactly that. It's exactly that. If a fan threw a drink into the face of another fan in that stadium, you know what's happening? About 15 ushers and security guards are coming, grabbing that guy and throwing him out of the stadium.
Well, there would be hands thrown first.
Maybe.
But yeah. We've seen a ton of that this year. Or last year.
That guy's getting bounced. Not Tep. And Fitterer looking like a scalded dog, like a beat dog over on the other side of the press box, tells me he is a yes man.
I didn't see nothing.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all know there's 9 lights in the ceiling up here.
I was just watching the game, man. I was just watching my job go bye-bye.
I was evaluating our offense. Ugh, what a joke. You know who's absolutely not a Lonzo with this sports flash?
I know a lot of people will beg to differ on that. Last night in college basketball, UNC Greensboro beat the Furman Paladins 79-68, and the Miami Hurricanes knocked off the Clemson Tigers 95-82. The 2023 Pro Bowl rosters are out, highlighted by Brock Purdy starting on the NFC side and Tua Tagovailoa getting the nod in the AFC. The 49ers led all teams with 9 selections, including former Carolina Panther Christian McCaffrey. The Carolina Panthers were one of the 4 teams without a selection, joining New England, Washington, and Green Bay. We are your home for Furman basketball. Tune in Saturday at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Chattanooga. Right here on your home for the Furman Paladins, the Fan, Upstate, much more poop talk and other stuff coming up on the Rob Brown Show.
Up to the minute, Upstate traffic still very inactive rush hour. Still looks really good along I-85. I didn't see any issues there between Gossett Road and Whitehorse Road. Still running 55 or better. No major delays, really no minor delays. A little bit of construction I-29 north between Zion Hill Road and Highway 57. You've got a lane blocked on both sides. Starting to see a slight delay there, maybe 20, 30-second delay. From the News Talk 98.9.
Yes, Stephen, I did see it. It was good. It wasn't great. You ain't got nothing to do. Why not go see it? Because it is the last of the DCEU movies.
I'm in love.
And yes, you're right. A little long. No, but actually it was short, and then I added stuff at the end.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do
Third day of hopefully a 3-day headache and nothing more.
This new year,
So,
make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans.
Well, we work
Reuse
hurt.
paper and
We rub some
plastic
dirt on
bags
it and we
get
go
reusable
forward because
back
that's what we do.
Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share
I think
our
the
one
2
thing,
worst
it becomes 100 things,
problems.
1,000 things.
All right,
a
there are
million
3.
things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don't go through another
In
year
radio
without awful
is
joint
if you have
pain.
hiccups,
Call
if you have a
QC
headache,
Kinetics right now and
or
make
if you have
2024 the
a
year you
restroom
are back
emergency.
to living a normal life again. Hey, it's Charlie James. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They're the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that can repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you.
Hey man,
What a tag out. I loved it. I loved it.
By the way, Rob's hat, I think it's his FICO score. I'm not sure. I think it might be.
This is the area code of the Destin Fort Walton Beach area. In Blue Angels, blue and gold.
Okay,
Or-
is that a thing or is that just a thing there? Is that a thing everywhere? People putting their area codes on their hats?
Yeah, I think it has been for a couple of years.
I've never seen it before. No.
Repio City.
I don't go anywhere, so that could be part of it. But I haven't seen it like online or anything, or in movies or TV or print. But if you say so,
Rep your hood, man.
maybe some people don't want people to know,
Where they're from.
yeah, or where they presently reside. I don't know. Yeah, I did hear there's a new area code. For some people, that's probably disturbing because that means more of them there Yankees done come down here, and so many of them damn Yankees. Damn Yankees. I didn't say that word that you think I said, but I didn't. I said them, as in DEM, which is short for them. Yankees coming down here, and now we got to get a new area code.
Area code.
I did Boonhauer on Upstate Pulse accidentally, and no one got it. So I mean,
Clemson Boomhauer.
that wasn't the Clemson Boonhauer. It was it was just regular. Clemson one's a little more high pitched.
Attaboy, Steven. Go hit the boathouse, brother. You see how young Rob Brown was formed.
Hit the boathouse, brother. Let's be a Florida thing. Both Mark Ryan and Rob say brother. How you doing, brother?
It's a wrestling thing for me.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah.
Brother. Especially when you say it, brother.
Staring, going, I'm supposed to do something right now, I think.
I think we're supposed to play the intro to the show. Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that. It's probably because we went so late.
That's my bad.
Yeah, well, I know, but still.
Our numero dos to the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. How we doing?
Good morning.
You would. Great to be with you.
I would what?
You would.
I'm trying to have a good morning. Are you not trying to have a good morning?
I'm going to drink a lot of beer tonight, Jim. Budweiser.
Yeehaw! All right, we got a lot to get to moving forward on the radio broadcast. Despite Lonzo's tag out on the live read there, I think we're gonna put the BM talk to bed. I think we're gonna call it a wrap on the BM talk.
I respect your grandmother, and because of that, I wanted to carry on with the tradition that is. And I'm also curious, at what age do you start asking that? Am I there yet?
You know what? We are going to unput it to bed. That is a good question.
Because I don't know if I'm there yet.
There is an age, and the age is old, but I do not know what is, like, old is a spectrum, right? Like everything, old is a spectrum. Some of us turn old in our mid-20s. Some of us get old in our late 30s. I, for one, I am not old yet.
Yeah, there are commercials about that. Young homeowners turning into their parents.
Yeah,
which I love those commercials.
It's a great line of commercials. I am not an old yet. Texas said nothing like the talk of fresh poop in the morning. Thank you. I think. Well, it actually did get me moving this morning.
It's good to know. Hey, that's what we're here for.
So
many ways I could have went with that. I stopped myself though.
I respect that. So what is roughly the age where that becomes a topic of conversation? Now, I also think that there's a variable here, which is the health of the individual, because a lot of people do have a point where they are told you need to start monitoring the after effects of that Taco Bell you had last night, and you need to be able to give an.
It's more so if you don't have after effects
or that.
Yeah, I mean, that's
you need
the problem.
to monitor size, quantity, and time of these particular topics and bring those to your doctor so that we can evaluate that. And I suspect that's the trigger for old. When you get told by a medical professional for the first time, I need you to log your movements. LOL, did that one on purpose too. I need you to track your movements. I need to know size, color, ingredients. You know what I mean? And I need you to bring them to me because we're going to track your health. And I suspect the first time, because I got to tell you, colon cancer runs in my family. I had to go get screened for it last year. I got to do it every I think year and a half from now on. I got to do that. And I got told you need to pay attention to this moving forward. And if you get to a point where where an irregularity becomes a regularity, then you need to up the screening and pay more attention. And I think that was the moment where I went, oh, I'm an old now.
See, but there's the classic get off my lawn, which I've never been that guy. But I find myself as I get older thinking, okay, old people do this. Should I be doing this now? I mean, do I want to fit in with, or am I fighting urges that just automatically take over when you reach a certain age, that you have to start asking these kind of questions or doing these kind of things like pulling your pants up over your belly button and things like that, and wearing mismatched clothes?
See, I think these are all these are all hilarious stereotypes.
Yeah, but I'm a little afraid of some of it because it's like, what if you find yourself doing it without thinking about it? Then officially you're there, right?
Sure, but again, most of those are stereotypes about people in their like 80s, like Lonzo. I'm not.
But see, I always thought it was people in their 60s, which I'm not there yet. But that's what I always thought.
See, I don't. Maybe it's because I'm almost 40 now. I don't see 60 as old.
Yeah, you keep pushing it back a decade
100%.
as you get older.
When I hit 50, I'll be like 60. Spring chicken.
See, my thing is, if you're old enough to retire, you're old.
I wouldn't disagree.
Unless you're rich or hit the lottery. That's totally different.
I would also point out people of my generation ain't retiring at 65. All right. It's not a reality for us anymore.
I'm shooting for 62, but I probably won't.
Yeah, not a reality for us. I think I genuinely think the moment you're old is the first time that a healthcare professional says, I need you to track your poops. I need you to pay attention. I need you to tell us what they are, when they are, what they look like, etc. Here's what it is. This is how I'm going to put it. The day that you stop taking pictures to send to your frat brothers because and you start taking pictures to send to your doctor because that's when you're old.
Unless your doctor is a frat brother, and then you're taking care of both at one time. I mean,
that's fair.
It's very possible. Now, how do you know you're an old sports fan? I mean, if you care more about stats than you do the actual game.
Easy for me. The day I started seeing kids show up in the professional leagues that were born after I graduated high school, immediately was like, these damn kids.
For me, it's the NFL Hall of Fame. When you start seeing players that were your age, or when you were in high school, you watched play and they were just a couple years older than you and they're in the NFL Hall of Fame, that starts hitting you pretty hard.
I will agree with you, and I will add one more. It is not just players that you watched as an adult go into the Hall of Fame. I'm going to tell you the one that's hit me not too long ago. The other day, we had a bowl game happen. Forget which one it was. But we had a bowl game where both starting quarterbacks were the kids of NFL quarterbacks that I watched when I was already an adult, right? I don't even remember what two they were. I can go back through my Twitter because I tweeted about it. I think you hit old. Let me tell you when I know I hit old. I hit old when J.C. Horn got drafted by the Panthers because his daddy, Joe, was a New Orleans Saint when I was a grown-ass man. I was already an adult when Joe Horn was doing stuff for the Saints, the cell phone under the goalpost bumper and all that. I was already an adult.
Yeah, your hand motions mean something totally different.
I couldn't remember what the name of it was.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of what the word was.
Is that an old thing? When you start doing this with your hands.
The number of times in my life where I'm driving towards knowing, I know exactly what I want to say, and then I get to the word and it just leaves me, is increasing dramatically. I'm terrified. Joe Horn was doing stuff, big time stuff for the Saints when I was a grown man, and then I watched his kid get drafted to the league, Lonzo, 2 years ago. Not just now.
I think
2 years ago.
Are you sure it wasn't 3 years?
3 years ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I'm forgetting things now. I know we're late. We got to get to it. It is the 3 things you have to know before you clock in at work in less than an hour. It's the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
You hear that?
Your first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
That's a good one. That's a good drop. I like that.
Speaking of regularity, I just don't get it.
The water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you need to know before you log into work. And
that has to count.
Sports.
No, that has to count.
It
yeah,
That's
it does.
Not the game.
Yeah.
That's not the game.
Okay, all right.
Stop changing the rules. You're having a terrible week. All right.
I am. Oh, so you can throw it back on me.
Terrible week.
All right. But
don't try to take me down with you.
At least I know when I know there's a sleep button on my keyboard and I keep.
Why is it right by the button you push most on the keyboard? It doesn't make sense.
No, it's right by the button you push most. Apparently.
The water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you need to know before you go start talking sports at work. We will run through the first 2 very quickly because we kind of already hit on both of them. We'll start with item number 1. Clemson is going to be next year without one of the biggest names in Clemson in the last few years. That, of course, is Will Shipley. Will Shipley has announced that he will be heading to the National Football League as of next year, is foregoing his final year of eligibility at Clemson. Why? Is it because of the injury he sustained in the Gator Bowl? Did it maybe have him a little moment of, I don't want to risk my NFL career moving forward? Is it because Phil Maffa absolutely popped off with a capital P, 4 touchdowns in that Gator Bowl? My man Joey B, one of our P1s, texted me during that game and was like, bro, Phil Maffa's our number 1 next year, no matter what. I was like, yeah, I think he's got to be, right? We can speculate. We can analyze either way. Will Shipley headed to the draft. Likely a day 2 guy, I suspect. Probably going to be closer to the back end, maybe a 6th, late 5th, 6th round guy. I think Will Shipley can be a nice change of pace 3rd down back. I think that Will Shipley can be a pretty solid special teams guy, maybe kick returner primarily. But I'm going to go. Who is that, and why did you just assault them? I didn't even notice that. Who did you? Was that?
It's a Denver player, and it was covering up something that should be viewed on the.
Gotcha.
On the
Gotcha. Okay, that was just. It was very. It was aggressive. I dug it.
That's how I felt about Denver.
I dug it. I liked it.
Yeah, I just benched him like Russell Wilson.
I respect it. All right, Will Shipley's gone. Item number 2. That was my bad. That was a little anticlimactic. Pro Bowl rosters have dropped, ladies and gentlemen. The Buffalo Bills have a couple. The Dolphins have 6. The Patriots, none. For the first time since the year 2000, the New England Patriots sent 0 Pro Bowlers to the NFL Pro Bowl. Now, part of the reason some of their traditional Pro Bowlers had injuries. Matthew Judon sustained a season-ending torn pec in Week 4. He likely would have been there. NFL Defensive Rookie of the Month, Christian Gonzalez, was a Pro Bowl vote getter, but he got a Week 4 season-long injury as well. They had some other players that were in the middle of a pretty early in the season stout run defense that maybe could have got there, all out due to season injury. But a lot of teams had guys out with season-ending injuries and still got Pro Bowlers. And hell, the Jets got 2. San Francisco 49ers lead all Pro Bowl teams. They got 9 into the show this year, led by, of course, Brock Purdy, who got the nod to start on the NFC side. Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Kyle Juszczyk, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward, Trent Williams, all going. You will notice there is no Brandon Ayuk on that roster. He is one of, as far as I'm concerned, the bigger snubs of the Pro Bowl season. We will talk about that later on in the show when we take a look down our snub list. The Carolina Panthers, one of 4 teams that did not get a Pro Bowler onto the roster. New England was one, as mentioned. Carolina was one. Washington got no teams, nor did Green Bay. The Panthers at 2-14 did have some guys that got named as alternates. Derek Brown is a first alternate, Brian Burns second, Johnny Hecker third, and safety J.J. Jansen third as well. I thought Brown should be in. He leads all defensive linemen with 96 tackles. I do not understand how the league's position tackle leader is not a first-string Pro Bowler, but that's just me. Oh, by the way, with 3 tackles on Sunday against Tampa Bay, he can set the league's single-season record for defensive linemen. He needs 3 to pass Christian Wilkins' 98 back in 2002. That's ridiculous that he's not going to the Pro Bowl, but hey, What are you going to do?
Why does a Pro Bowl matter anymore? It's more about the selection, I guess. I mean,
I don't care. Nobody cares about the game. Nobody's looking to see what your Pro Bowl stats are.
well, they don't
It's
do
just
that
saying
game
you are
anymore.
one of the best in the game.
They do the Pro Bowl games, which are kind of cool. Do you remember last year? I mean, flag football is kind of boring.
I love it personally.
Some of the stuff is kind of cool. Although I think some people got hurt last year, and some people don't realize that flag is not tackle, but which is fine.
Chicken wings, Nick?
Stop it. Oh, I got it. I fixed it.
Yeah, but I mean, now I'm hungry.
That's fair. That's fair. You're welcome for Popeyes has never needed help on the advertising front from me. They get it anyway. It's the best. It's the best.
That counts. Yeah, I haven't had them in years.
It's the best
because it's like maybe third on the list.
No, it's not. It is third, first, second, and third.
It's just because it's from Louisiana.
No, because it's the best. Item number 3. I jumped the gun on that one because you insulted Popeyes.
Quit making excuses for me being on a 1 second delay. I appreciate it. Go team. But yeah, it's all me.
95-82, your final. The Clemson Tigers losing just their second basketball game on the season. They dropped one on the road at Memphis by just a couple 5 games ago. They had rebounded with 2 consecutive wins over Queens and Radford. Then they entered Atlantic Coast Conference play when they went on the road to Coral Gables last night. 95-82, your final, in an evening where Miami couldn't miss. Miami hit, they missed a few early, but once the shots started falling, the shots did not stop falling for the Canes. They shot 53% from the floor to Clemson's 45.5. They shot 46% from the arc to Clemson's 37%, and they went 14 of 15 from the stripe. They also out-rebounded Clemson 36-32. They out-dimed Clemson 19-15. They had more steals than Clemson, 7-5. In fact, they had fewer turnovers than Clemson and fewer fouls, 14-10. The only stat that Clemson had the edge on was blocks, 3-2. And that was it. Listen, it is not time to push the panic button. It is not. You're 11-2. You're ranked in the top 16 in the United States, or at least you were up until last night. I already saw the message boards a-buzzing. Here's Brad. There's the Brad Brownell we know and love. There's the Tiger basketball program we know and love, but I am going to caution you, and I'm going to do so respectfully. Calm down. You're 11-2. You are very much in the mix right now as probably a 4 seed, somewhere in that mix. Off the top of my head, I don't know. You are, as a matter of fact, one of only 2 teams in the entire Atlantic Coast Conference that has fewer than 3 losses. The only other team that has fewer than 3 losses is Miami, the team that handed you one of your 2. These are their overall records, not the conference ratings. These do include the Cupcake Fest that most teams play early in the year. Don't panic. Just relax. Miami's a good team. Miami's going to be dancing in March, just like Clemson is, all right? It is the first time since I moved here that I've looked at this team, at this program, and went, you're pretty good. You're pretty good. Stout inside presence, pretty solid shooting, at least at home. You'll have to deal with it, all right? The ACC is going to be a tough basketball conference this year. Going to be real good this year, and it needs to be discussed. While we are at it, I think that there is impetus to throw a little love at the South Carolina men's basketball program as well. 94-62 winners over Florida A&M in their last time out. They're 12-1. Now, we got a texter, because of course we do, who said, why is there no talk about USC men's basketball? They've lost 1 game, and that's to Clemson by 5. I'm going to tell you why. You're not going to love it. You've got a good win over Notre Dame, 65-63. You got the L to Clemson, who was in the top 25 at the time. That score was, 72-67. You do not have a signature win outside of Notre Dame. That's why. You want the answer? I'll give you the answer. This is not everybody hates us. This is not nobody loves us. Nobody respects us. Everybody's a hater. This is 100% because you don't have a signature win at home or on the road. Your wins are SC Upstate, Virginia Tech. I guess you can count that as a signature. VMI DePaul, Grand Canyon, George Washington, ECU, Charleston Southern, Winthrop, Elam, and Florida A&M. I'll tell you this. 2 days from now, you play Mississippi State. 3 days after that, you're on the road at Alabama. 4 days after that, you're on the road at Mizzou. You get me those wins, you'll have a lot of reason to talk about Lamont's boys. I like what Lamont has built this year. For a team that after Gigi bailed on you, everybody said, oh, this team's not going to win a damn game. They're not going to win nada. The reality here is this team is playing solid basketball. But we are at the point, and listen, there's not been really an opportunity. By the way, Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, the team that I want to give you credit as being the best win that you've got on the year so far. Notre Dame is right now 6-8, 11th in the ACC with L's to the Citadel, L's to Western Carolina. Okay? So even your highest profile win isn't really a high profile win. The Virginia Tech Hokies are probably it. They're 9-4, but they've got losses to FAU, a loss to Auburn, and a loss to Wake Forest. Yes. Here's what I'll say. Record-wise, South Carolina deserves to be discussed. I'm not going to disagree. You're 12-1. There are very few teams that are 12-1. In the SEC, there is only one team outside of South Carolina that has one or fewer losses. That's Ole Miss at 13-0, a very good basketball team this year. They do deserve to be discussed. The problem is I don't know what to say about you yet because I haven't seen you against anybody. The best win you got is over a upper mid or lower top tier ACC team. By the way, that was in game number 2, right? First 2 weeks of college basketball are a lot like weeks 1 and 2 of football. You can have some weird results and you don't really know what they are yet. Outside of that, you have no signatures to talk about. In fact, part of the reason probably why you're not getting a lot more discussion is the fact that what would have been your most high-profile win on the road at Clemson, you were in control of that game until the final 4 minutes when you melted down and let Clemson take it away from you. That would have been the signature win that elevated you in the discussion. On the road at a good Clemson team that's only lost a couple, it's a good win. It's a good ACC road win against a rival. But you let Clemson grab you by the throat in the final 4 minutes and put you away. So again, you deserve to be talked about because you're 12-1. Problem is your path to 12-1 doesn't have anything that I can look and go, okay, they're this good because this team here is this. You don't have that. You beat Grand Canyon University. I can't really take a lot away from that, right? All right, let's take a break. I am Rob Brown. Lonzo's on the 1s and 2s. The Rob Brown Show's in your ear holes. It is the Fan Upstate. I have to go for one more.
No, I'll move it. I threw it down. No. I don't want that on camera. I will remove it.
From the studio, just as a whole?
Yes.
Bye, TD.
And yes, there's evidence online that I'm doing it. Yes, I don't care. I'll be right back.
Sunday night as Buffalo Miami goes toe-to-toe for division crown. That's the crown jewel of Week 18. At the end of the day, it all comes down to Buffalo quarterback, and he's shown the ability to force back anytime. It's a game, the postseason implications, as the Buffalo loss.
This is a no Denver zone. I don't care.
This is what it's all about.
Hey, you're up next. Ugh, my throat hurts so bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks Vapor Cool Drops. Yeah, Vicks Vapor Cool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors. Ooh, I can already feel it. I told you. So, you ready? I'm ready.
By the way, Steven, there's a sleep button on his keyboard. He keeps dropping his pen on it.
I have to thank whoever makes the graphics that run on the TV by the bathroom, because they have the motivational quotes that come across the board. And the one I just saw is do or do not, there is no try, Yoda. So
Cool.
whoever's pulling motivational quotes from Yoda has my appreciation.
I believe it's a company thing. There's no way anyone here is doing that because we're all too busy. Not that we're not capable. That's all.
Chumba.
Yes, Zach. And Jimmy Kimmel's been doing that to Aaron Rodgers for years. He just did it back once, and now
Accusing somebody of sexually assaulting minors is not really bleep talking. And I'm down for some bleep talking.
It is, though. It is. It definitely is.
Disagree on that.
So when you're being destroyed by someone for many years, and then you come back a little bit, suddenly you're the villain. I mean, okay.
It's one thing to go, your breath smells funny and your mom's fat, and another thing to go, you were hanging out on Epstein's Island. That's a pretty gnarly.
You can pretty much say that about anybody, and we don't know the truth. I mean, you could be on that list.
I think that I am not.
Because you ain't rich.
Nope, sure am not. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. So let's talk about this FSU lawsuit for just a moment, shall we? And here's why I want to talk about this FSU lawsuit. I want to talk about the FSU lawsuit because I've said this before. I'm going to tell you again. Whatever ends up happening with it, if it results in FSU finding a way, and they won't, but if FSU finds a way to get out of the Atlantic Coast Conference via litigation, and that's their dream. I'm going to tell you what they're doing in court right now. I spent probably more time yesterday trying to get into this than is reasonable, frankly. The lawsuit they are bringing is just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing if anything happens to stick. I am going to tell you that Florida State's lawsuit was filed in Leon County, Florida. Do you know where Leon County is? I'll tell you, it's where Tallahassee is. You know what happens when you file a lawsuit in a county where the school is? There's a very good chance that the judge of that court is going to be from your school. Now, even if the judge who was placed in charge of this lawsuit, who, by the way, has been confirmed to be a Florida State University graduate, does indeed decide that there is a reasonable reason to give FSU some sort of relief from the ACC's grant of rights contract, which is a bad one. It wasn't when they signed it. Remember, the ACC grant of rights contract was signed by the schools after Maryland left to go to the Big Ten. Because that was kind of one of the early moves that people went, oh, okay. There is the possibility that the ACC could end up being in trouble. There is the possibility. So, because they're trying to get out, because there's been an army of lawyers from a handful of the schools, 7 of them at the minimum, trying to figure out how to nullify this thing so they can move on. And because of the fact that the ACC was just proven to be a second-tier citizenship in the world of college football, FSU's like, we're just going to throw every argument we can think of in front of a judge and see what happens. So here's where we are in the lawsuit, just to keep you up. Florida State filed after they got left out of the college football playoffs Final Four. The NCAA, scratch that, the ACC has 20 days from the day of the filing to file a response. Likely, that is going to be a motion to dismiss. I found out this morning that because the Christmas and Hanukkah holidays fell inside of that 20 days, that they can file for, I think, an extra 10-day extension to get a motion in. They will likely file a motion to dismiss. The judge will read it and then decide if they go, you know what, this is frivolous. FSU, you signed the contract. You agreed to the terms. It's kind of on you. So I'm going to go ahead and dismiss. He may go, we're not going to dismiss this. We're going to hear it out. Then there will be arguments from both sides about whether this should be a case where the judge decides. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, the ACC is not going to be on board with that because it is a Florida State grad that is presiding over this case. Whether he is impartial or not, they're going to make the argument that the judge should not oversee it. The second option is that this could go to either mediation or arbitration. Basically, these two sides, the ACC and Florida State, would sit across from each other at a table and negotiate back and forth. I'm going to go ahead and guess the ACC is not going to give much. And the third option is, and I just learned this yesterday, this could actually end up in front of a jury. This could, ordinarily we think jury, criminal trial. This apparently, because of the way that the grant of rights works and the contract that it is set up, could end up, as far as my understanding goes, in front of a jury who would then get the opportunity to decide if the contract in good faith is not a good one, and Florida State would be allowed out. Now, I know a lot of y'all are going, Rob, we don't care. We're tired of hearing it. We don't want to hear it anymore. But I'll tell you why it is important. I'll tell you why it's important. The reason it is important is, and I've said this before, the reason it is important is because whatever ends up happening with Florida State, Clemson is next. I spent a few minutes talking with somebody yesterday who is not connected to the case, but is a contract law attorney. And I said, hey, listen, if Florida State gets out of this deal, can Clemson just follow the same path? Can they just go down the same path? And they said, yes and no. The question is going to be, what is the successful motion from Florida State that gets them out of this, right? Because remember, one of the first things FSU brought up is that this grant of rights agreement is in violation of Florida antitrust laws. He said, so it would depend on what law they decided it infringed upon, if it infringes upon any of those, and it would depend on, does South Carolina have the same antitrust law or a similar antitrust law that Clemson could then go, okay, we're going to do that, but here, and we're going to make that move as well. And if the answer is yes, they can be out. And if the answer is no, then it may be a different story. Now, there are other concepts that Florida State is putting out there. They are putting out there that the ACC did not act with due diligence when they installed this grant of rights agreement. Granted, FSU signed it. But what FSU is going to, as far as I've been able to understand it, and I am, and this is true, neither a lawyer, but definitely an idiot. The understanding I have is that Florida State is basically going to go in front of the court and make the argument that when the ACC created this grant of rights, they did so without really doing the due diligence into what was going to happen in the future, and therefore created a scenario where the entities that are under the umbrella of the grants of rights are being hurt, would be hurt, and had the ACC done more, they would have discovered that before the contract was there. So basically what they're going to say is, the ACC presented us with a contract without doing their research and disclosing to us the impact this contract would have on them and therefore us. If that argument floats, and I don't think it will, but if that argument floats, and that is the argument that gets FSU out from the grant of rights and therefore allows them to leave the Atlantic Coast Conference and move on, Clemson will absolutely follow that model. I don't have a doubt. I don't think that's the one that works. I think if this is going to work in any way, shape, or form, it is likely going to be FSU finding some concept, some understanding of a violation of Florida's antitrust laws, and then convincing a judge that this contract violates that law and therefore allows FSU out. But again, even if that's the case, we're probably still a couple of years down the road, because the ACC is going to appeal that decision to an appeals court, probably in a different circuit. This thing would probably make its way up a number of levels in the court system before it finally hit a brick wall. I don't know if it goes like Supreme Court level, but I could, every time that a judge hands down a ruling, if it's against FSU, they will probably move forward in a different direction. If it's against the ACC, they will move up in the court system to try to protect themselves, because it is not just about Florida State. But if Florida State is able to find the weak link in the chain that is the GOR, if FSU is able to find a way out, Clemson will follow. Miami will follow. Virginia will follow. North Carolina will follow. Duke will follow. And if they all follow, the ACC is dead, y'all. And they know that. They know that. So we're going to need to pay attention here, because the ACC's response to FSU's lawsuit is due in like a week. And we'll see. Like I said, I'm 90% sure they file a motion to dismiss. And then I have no idea if the judge in question is going to move on. I got a text that said, finish it up, Rob. What is FSU's chance of winning the lawsuit? The answer? I got no friggin' clue. And neither does anybody else.
So there's somewhere in you believes that there's a possibility that they could win.
I don't. But again, I am also an idiot and don't have a deep grasp of
or maybe
Florida
the judge goes,
rules.
Man, you guys got messed over. Go ahead.
Yeah, go Noles. Go Noles. Screw you, ACC. Go Noles. Maybe. But again, they do that. The ACC is going to appeal. It's going to get moved likely in front of another judge. You catch and again, we're fantasy booking here, as we like to say in the business. The appeals court judge is a University of Florida grad. They don't want to do that because they know there's the outside chance, the SEC invites Florida State to join. They don't want Florida State in the same conference. So there is an unknowable quantity of variables in this equation. So the answer is nobody knows at this point, and anybody who tells you they do is a liar.
I'm just appalled because I just found out there's bias on the bench. I thought everything was, treated fairly without.
Yeah, man. America's legal system. Perfectly fair.
Yeah.
Texture says, why does the ACC not try to renegotiate a better media rights? He wrote meteorites, like from the sky. I know you meant media rights, but it auto-corrected to meteorites, and I freaking love it.
Oh, meteor rights.
Yeah.
Okay, because I still was, again, that 1 second thing.
We're going to get you there.
Yeah, no, we're not.
The answer is because you need two sides to negotiate. And ESPN, who owns the ACC media rights, does not have any reason to renegotiate. They have the ACC by the you-know-whats. They've got them held down. You have to have two parties at the table to negotiate. The ACC can all day shout and scream, hey, we're cranking out 13-0 teams. Clemson, Florida State, Miami, these are national brands. We need more money to keep up. And ESPN's going to go, yeah, talk to us in 2032. We'll check in there. They got nobody to negotiate with.
Hey, they signed a contract. I mean,
they absolutely did.
I mean, you know,
they absolutely did. But again, that one of the arguments that I think Florida State is going to go with here is that when the ACC presented this grant of rights and said, hey, we've done our due diligence and this is the best deal that we're going to get, they didn't do the proper amount of research into what could happen down the line. And therefore, they ended up with an agreement with ESPN that Florida State / the schools in the ACC could not have known the terms of. And ACC told the schools, hey, look, we got the best deal we can get. And it turns out they didn't. In fact, they got a really crap deal. It looked good at the time, but they caught a lemon of a contract. And so FSU is going to argue they didn't do their duty, their due diligence in creating this grant of rights deal. And then we signed it not knowing that. So therefore, we signed a contract that it was impossible to know was a bad one for us, but it was possible for them to know, and they didn't finish the negotiations correctly.
Was FSU relevant when they signed the contract?
This was signed in 2000. When they signed that deal, 17, 18?
So no.
I mean, FSU is relevant in that they are a brand even when they suck. They are, because they wouldn't have got back where they were without it. I understand you for years have been banging the drum that it's the all Clemson conference and then a bunch of everybody else's, but Florida State is absolutely one of probably
I listen
15 top-notch schools that are always going to be a brand no matter how bad.
I maintain if Clemson was undefeated, they were in the playoff.
Again, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yeah, and I think that points to that. And the thing is, when they signed the contract, Florida State wasn't relevant.
Let me scratch that. If we swap the spear off the helmet and put a tiger paw, but everything else was the same, including losing a Heisman Trophy finalist quarterback, no, I think they get bumped too. Because the money, no matter how much of a national brand is Clemson, Bama is more. That's it.
No, Bama is more.
Texas
No,
is more.
no, you're right. As far as that goes.
So
but
if all things are the same, Clemson's getting bounced too.
I still don't see it. I see maybe Washington isn't in. Actually Texas is out. I think if Clemson is undefeated,
by the way,
Texas is out.
By the way, by the books, Florida State's a more profitable brand than Clemson. Even with the years of irrelevancy, by the books, Florida State's a more profitable brand than Clemson.
We're not. When you talk about reputable, it doesn't necessarily have anything
reputable
to do
doesn't matter.
with fiscal. I mean,
it
as far
only
as
is fiscal. That's the only thing that matters. The only thing that matters is fiscal. The reason Bama and Texas got in, I am confident saying this is, I won't say true. It's a belief of mine. Texas and Bama got in because it created a more compelling matchup in terms of brands. You can argue better football. We have no idea. If only there was a way to know that. There is, let them play. But they got in because they have the brand recognition. Florida State, by the books, is a more profitable brand than Clemson. If they got bumped, Clemson would have got bumped if everything else was the same. I do believe if Jordan Travis doesn't get hurt, they got to put Florida State in. I think that was the latch-on excuse that they could justify as a reason, and it's hard to argue against. But Clemson would have got bumped too. And that is part of the reason Florida State's arguing. All right, we got a bunch of texts you guys have sent to 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. We will read and respond when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, that's the stuff that's wrong with my head.
I got slime in the back of my
Yeah, I got you. Zach, I was just messing with Rob. That's all. As far as Aaron Rodgers thing goes, we stay away from politics, and that's all this is. It's a political thing. You be on whatever side you're on, I'll be on whatever side I'm on. It's not worth fighting about on the air.
There's still not a lot of worries out there. It's been super light this week as well as last week.
Have you seen the video going around of the guy diving over the desk at the judge?
Yes,
Okay.
people are already memeing it like crazy about stuff. So
The guy in, I don't know if you watched all the way to the end, but the guy in the black suit that starts wailing on the dude. Have you seen it?
no, I just saw the part where it looked like security was doing him.
So this dude over here, who is just raining right hands.
Oh, I did
down,
not see that.
Raining right hands on the dude's face, right? He's not a bailiff. He's a clerk of court. He's just a dude, right? What my initial thought when I watched it was like, okay, if that guy's a bailiff and I'm the judge, he's not my bailiff anymore. He's just a dude who just works in the court. Not even like an attorney. He just works there. It's incredible.
You also just gotta be afraid for everybody if someone's willing to do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Also, and this is also true, do you know what he was on trial for? Battery. Not a quick learner, eh?
And for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get your and right when you need it. Call rickgranger.com or just .com. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Ingles Market Studio, the Fan.
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
It's all over X.
I'll post it. I'll put it up on the stream in the next break. Texter said there were arguably 6 teams for 4 spots. Rankings aside, who were the best 4 teams? I argue Michigan, Washington, FSU, and Georgia. And then your second half of your text got cut off, Texter. Finish it up, and I'll read that for you. But again, the argument was the concept of best versus most deserving. And I have made the argument that, to me, it's best all season. That's the way I like to phrase it. It's best all season. It is best from week 1 until bowl selection day.
It's not popular in this room, but I think they got it right. So,
Sure, it's not popular. And listen, let me make one thing clear. I don't hate on, dunk on, fight regular football fans, guys like us, who believe they got it right. I have not come after you for that opinion yet.
I think I'm the only one out of the people
too
on the air who think they got it right.
Like I've told you guys many times, if Mark Ryan and I are on the same side of an opinion, it's got some weight to it, right? Because it's very rare. It's very rare.
I don't know. He's lost a lot of weight. He
really has.
He's just like way too skinny. It's just so he's actually able to wear skinny jeans now, and you don't want to see that. Yes, you can tell him I said that. I don't care.
He and I are on the same side of this. I don't hate on people who go, they got it right. It was the best 4 teams. I just disagree with what you define as best versus I, but that's okay. That's kind of how the game gets played. So it is what it is. Texter said ESPN should care if there's going to be no more ACC. I mean, sure, but here's the thing.
They own the rights for everything else. So if it's absorbed, if the schools go somewhere else, they're still on ESPN,
correct,
right?
So what they have is effectively carte blanche to utilize Clemson, Florida State, Miami, North Carolina, Duke as pawns in their ratings matter more than everything else games. Money matters more than everything else games. FSU could get screwed by, if they did, put your tinfoil caps on, FSU could get screwed by the committee, and it doesn't hurt ESPN because they can't go anywhere. What are they going to do? Oh, we refuse to play our games. Yeah, no. If ESPN wants your game on TV, Jack, they own you, right? That's why Florida State's ticked off, because there is no recourse right now. The committee could do the exact same thing to Florida State next year if they go undefeated. And there's nothing FSU can do about it. That's why they're upset. The thing is, because of the GOR, these schools cannot go anywhere into this conference is guaranteed to, if nothing changes, if nobody can get out, this conference is guaranteed to exist until 2036. It is a profitable product for ESPN, maybe not the most profitable, but it is a profitable product for ESPN until 2036. Keep in mind, if the ACC dissolves tomorrow, Florida State wins this thing, I suspect Florida State's a Big Ten team. I think Clemson's an SEC team, but I can see them in the Big Ten. I suspect Miami is an SEC team. I suspect Georgia Tech is a Big Ten team. I suspect North Carolina, Duke, and NC State are Big Ten teams. Do you know who does not own the Big Ten's media rights? ESPN. So why do they have an interest in keeping the ACC locked up? Because if they don't, they could lose as many as 5 of the 6 moneymakers in the ACC as far as ratings go. FSU, Clemson, I think, frankly, just about everybody but Miami is likely a Big Ten product if the ACC splits tomorrow, right? That's why ESPN's like, no, we're not going to let you change anything, dude. Not at all. Texture says, why, where'd it go? How did USC leave the ACC so easily? They left because they were butthurt. They missed the dance after winning the conference championship. How did USC leave the ACC so easily?
South Carolina.
You know, I got it. What? I'm trying to figure out how that's.
It was a long, long time ago.
I'm trying to decide how that's relevant to
how many TV rights deals were really out there during that
exactly.
time.
It's a different world. Texas said all the TV money in the world won't help FSU or Clemson win 9 to 10 games against the SEC or Big Ten schedule. They should happily take their much easier path to the championship here. Dude, what path to the championship? Do you see what we are literally talking about right now? They just went 13-0 through that path and then got a roadblock thrown in front of them. There is no path to the championship. There will always be a reason that the winner of the ACC gets bounced for a 1 tier lower SEC or Big Ten school because that's where that cash at, homie. They literally just did it. What would you rather do? Go to the SEC where you can go 11-1. Hell, with a 12-team playoff, go to the SEC or the Big Ten, where you could theoretically go 9-3.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I think you're stretching it a little bit there. I think some other teams that are undefeated will get in next year.
I know. Here's what I think you end up seeing. I think down the road, conspiracy theory time, I think down the road for those 10, 11, 12 spots, you are going to see some G5 teams that are going to go 10-2, 11-1, 12-0, getting bounced for power conference teams. Not going to put a number on it anymore. But for power conference teams that are the 12-0 G5 team gets bounced for an 11-1 team that otherwise doesn't get in. An 11-1 G5 team gets bounced for a 10-2 Power 5 team that doesn't get in. You're going to see the same thing. It's just a different set of schools. And frankly, with all due respect to the G5 schools, they're the schools that y'all aren't going to care about getting bounced like this. I told you the conversation's not shifting. We're just changing the numbers next to the teams that we have it about. So if you're Florida State, what's better? Going 10-2 or 9-3 in the Big Ten and having a shot at sneaking in as the 10, 11, 12 seed. And oh, by the way, making twice as much money. Because remember, everything in college sports comes down to the dollars. Sorry, it is what it is. You can go be 10-2 or 9-3 and make it in as the 10, 11, 12 and give yourself a chance and host an extra game, by the way, and make twice as much as you, maybe actually more than twice as much as you're making in the ACC to make your life that much easier. Or you can stay in the ACC, make half as much, and be in the exact same damn position on the football field. Which one are you taking? Which one are you taking? You know what I'm taking? A break for this Sports Flash. Nailed that one.
That was amazing. Will Shipley announced yesterday he was foregoing his final year on campus in order to enter the NFL draft. Shipley leaves Clemson with 2,747 yards and 31 touchdowns on the ground, as well as 85 yards and 2 touchdowns in the air. The Sugar Bowl ended on a scary moment when Washington starting running back Dylan Johnson went down with a leg injury yesterday. The Huskies announced Johnson is expected to be available for Monday night's national championship game, which Florida State won't be in. Johnson had 49 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns against Texas in the semifinals. We are your home for Furman basketball. Make sure you tune in this Saturday at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Chattanooga, right here on your home for Furman sports, The Fan, Upstate. Did I mention Florida State didn't make it? He goes in the office and listens. It is funny how that went away, Kevin. It'll be back after all things are decided, like somewhere in the middle of summer, probably. Especially if Michigan wins the whole thing. I think they'll drag it out before they get back to it. If they were to lose, maybe they get back to it quicker.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Start learning a new language today at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Hey, Brent, love the color. If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans? Compare benefits plans, obviously. Wait, you know how complicated benefits are, right? Well,
You're right, Kevin. It will be taught by Bill Belichick when he retires. Or Tom Brady. They both know how to do it. Although
Your barb there at the end, sir.
Told you.
Completely unnecessary.
I had like I was short, so I had to fill it with something. So I mean, you know, it's just the first thing that popped in my snot-filled noggin. So the question is, who taught who to cheat? Did Belichick teach Brady, or did Brady teach Belichick?
Old hoodie.
Or did they both already come in with the knowledge and then they just like fused it together? He is the master at that for sure, Kevin. Hey, look at that. It's 8 o'clock.
Already.
I know.
Now the show gets easy. And two. And away we go into hour number 3.
You're going to catch me.
On the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob and Lonzo with you. I got a question for you. Kevin asked it on the stream, and it's if he could see my rundown, because literally on the rundown, in italics, because I intended to get to it. I italicized now
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean,
I change the format of the rundown every day.
You didn't bold it and underline it also?
Everything is bolded because I've been asked what my BMs look like, so I'm old now. So everything is bolded so I can read it.
Well, wait till you reach my all caps level because it's easier to read without
I wondered
glasses
why you
on.
had me write the flash in all caps.
It's easier to read
Okay, that's fair.
first of all in darker light, which is necessary right now because of headache. But it's just easier to read in all caps.
Checks out. I wrote into the rundown in italics so that I wouldn't miss it. Quote, will Michigan's legacy for the year be cheating despite winning all the way through without it?
It will for me.
It will for Lonzo. I didn't need to ask for Lonzo. We all already knew the answer to
And
that.
others like me, my ilk.
But for y'all out there in Sportslandia, for y'all out there that make up the general public of college football fans, Connor Stallions got bumped from the University of Michigan. We know all the details. Connor Stallions ran an advanced scouting operation that violated NCAA rules for sure and Big Ten rules for sure. Connor Scandals. Sure, why not?
It works for me.
Connor Stallions got released by the University of Michigan because of this advanced scouting issue. We know the NCAA and the Big Ten both launched an investigation. We know that the Big Ten punished Jim Harbaugh by making him miss 3 games. That included the 2 biggest games of the year for the Wolverines, on the road at Penn State, back home for Ohio State. CSI, Ann Arbor.
We haven't played it in a
It's
while,
been a
so.
minute. You're right. So, we know all that happened. We assume, let's be very clear, assume that the foundation of Connor Stallions' advanced scouting scandal was wiped away once it came to light. I want to imagine that after this came to the light about Michigan, that they were like, yo, everything in this building that Connor Stallions ever looked at in the trash, in the dumpster, out back, gotta go. We can't have nothing connected to that guy or the system in place. Whether we knew about it or not, it's gotta go. And then Michigan finished up an undefeated regular season. They beat a top 3 team in Ohio State University in order to earn a playoff berth. They then beat a 1-loss Alabama Crimson Tide team in the semifinal to reach a championship. And right now, they are a 6.5-point favorite to knock off the Washington Huskies and win Jim Harbaugh's first natty in the maize and blue. So my question mark here is, what's the legacy for y'all? Did Michigan, by having Connor Stallions removed from the program, by having the cheating scandal placed under the spotlight, and then I assume ended, moved on from, departed from, and then winning out in the Big Ten, winning against Bama, and at least in Vegas's eyes, possibly winning the Natty, has Michigan done enough that you are going to look at this and go, no, nay, I am over it. I am good with it. Let's move on. Grab me clip 1, if you don't mind, when you get a moment. Great one. Earlier in the year, and you guys know I do not like playing this guy's sound on my airtime, okay? But in this case, I have to. Earlier in the year, Paul Feinbaum said that if Michigan wins the national championship, it would be a tainted championship. His words, not mine. He said it would be a tainted championship. And then, wouldn't you know it, less than 14 hours after Michigan beat the mighty Crimson Tide of Alabama, Paul Feinbaum said this.
I don't think so. And I know what I said, and I know what many of others have said.
Attaboy.
But when you look at the current state
Let me just interject for a second,
state of
Finey.
college football right now. It is such a mess. And while a lot of us find what we believe the case to be here to be repugnant, almost everything about college football right now is repugnant. So I think Michigan, if they win, they'll hoist the trophy. There'll be haters out there, but most people I think are going to go, congratulations, you were the best team.
Taylor, that is a great deal of
All right. I thought I cut that off. I didn't. That's all good. He was talking with Taylor Llewellyn, former Tennessee Titans offensive lineman and Michigan guy. So, Feinbaum, in my opinion, has an ulterior motive. Obviously. He is the SEC guy.
So there's no possibility that he could actually have changed his mind?
I don't think he believes about 80% of what he says on the radio. He cut his teeth, made his money in South Alabama by being a Tide guy. He then got promoted to be an SEC guy, but he's still a Tide guy, right? And it is interesting to me that 2 weeks ago, it was a tainted natty if Michigan won it. The minute that they beat Nick Saban in Alabama, then all of a sudden it's a bona fide championship. Then all of a sudden it's a bona fide natty. But I think the sentiment is very interesting. And I wonder for y'all, if Michigan wins the natty, will you remember them as the best football team of the college football season in 2023? Or will you remember this year as the cheating year? Will you remember this year as the scandal year? It's an interesting spot. And I got to tell you, in a job where my task, my responsibility is to pick a side, plant my feet, have an opinion, and defend that opinion. I'm having a hard time doing it because on one hand, Michigan's very good. There's no debating that. Michigan is very, very good. On the other hand, you got to wonder how much of the foundation building of this very good program, one of the best two in America based on the system that we have, how much of the foundation that led to this was created through a cheating scandal, through violating the rules of the game? And the answer is we don't know.
How much money do you think it costs to make a banner and raise a banner? Because maybe they should just hold off on that if they win, because it's going to be taken back down. So why put it up in the first place?
See, I don't know if it will. It's going to be interesting, man. Keep in mind, we're not going to know.
It wouldn't be the first time banners were taken down for Michigan. So, I mean,
we're not going to know whether that is even a possibility until the NCAA drops the results of their investigations, which, of course, is going to happen 30 days after the bowl season completes, which is Monday.
Sometime in the summer is when we'll find out, because it'll be delayed for some reason, and they won't get to it till people aren't thinking about college football. So it can be that back page, that Friday dump type thing.
Well, that'll be the punishment.
Yeah.
Well, we will find out the results of the investigation within the next month and a half. 30 days. I think it's 30 days after the bowl season comes to its conclusion is when the NCAA has to. Well, scratch that. The NCAA will dump that, and then Michigan has 30 days to respond to that.
So
that's what it is.
So we will find out what the repercussions are while Jim Harbaugh is preparing to coach an NFL team.
Maybe we'll see. And again, whether Jim Harbaugh is going to go to the NFL or not may be directly hinged on what the punishment's going to be. They may go, Harbaugh's got to eat a 1-year full suspension, and he goes, screw that. I'll go to the show.
Yeah, but the NFL is upholding suspensions. At least they have recently. Okay. So that could be a problem.
We'll see. I don't believe him for a second, but we'll see.
So if you think that you're going to be suspended or something like that, don't you jump to the NFL and go ahead and get that job? You go ahead and get that job before the suspension comes down. So maybe you're suspended a few games in the NFL, but it's not we can't hire you because you're suspended.
I'm going to go ahead and say my suspicion is that if the NCAA is leaning towards a suspension of more than a couple of games for Jim Harbaugh, he's going to know that before the punishment is actually put out there. So he'll take the job so he's not suspended. He can move. We'll see. That's all speculation and guesses right now. What I can say is I am interested, intrigued, and what the legacy of this team is going to be. Texter says no matter what happens when a team cheats, they'll be known for that cheating for a long time. And that's my suspicion. My question is, does the public image of Michigan hold any water is in terms of what the NCAA does? Because on one hand, the NCAA is, in my opinion, being very careful to kid glove their bell cows, right? Because if schools from the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference go, we don't need the NCAA, we out, yo, and they decide to bounce, the NCAA dies just like the Pac-12 did. The NCAA dies just like the ACC will sometime in the next 13 years, 12 years. Because those two leagues are now big enough and have enough media money coming in that they could prop themselves up now. They'll find a way. So the NCAA doesn't want to tick off Michigan and risk putting them into the column of top-notch blue blood programs that are vocally angling to kill the Big Ten's alignment with the NCAA and just create their own league, which is a realistic possibility. On the flip side, if the public perception of this team is that they cheated, is that they cheated in an unacceptable fashion, is they cheated in an ethically negotiable point. And
does that cost money? How does that cost money? And people think, oh yeah, they're cheaters. I don't think it really does. It hurts the integrity of the game, period. But people who root for them are still going to root for them, and people who hate them are still going to hate them. I don't think it. What does it do?
If a large chunk, the answer is probably not much, because it kind of, to me, is in the same fold as, oh, Kaepernick took a knee, I'm not watching the NFL anymore. Yeah, you did. Oh, the NBA put.
You go a different place. I think deflated footballs. I think broken cell phones. I think New England. And people who hated New England in the first place had a little more to hate them for. And the people who were on the fence were, maybe it swayed them one way or the other, but in the end, what did it do? It doesn't really do anything.
I don't disagree, but
there should be repercussions, and it should affect scholarships and things like that. If that's the only punishment that really hurts the school and tells them, hey, don't do this again.
In a perfect world, sure. And in a perfect world that people were willing to actually do the things they say they're going to do when they don't like a thing, I'm not watching anymore, then we would go that direction.
I mean, some people wanted the death knell, and I just didn't see that ever happening. I still don't. I don't see. I mean,
they're not getting SMU'd.
They're not.
It's not happening.
And a lot of it has to do because they are a blue blood and they've won more championships, I think, than any other college football team in history. There's just so much history that they would have to shut down, and I don't think they're willing to do that.
That's not even a discussion worth having, because it's not happening. I think the discussion worth having is the NCAA has to perform a tightrope act. On one side of the fence that they are currently walking is ticking off Michigan and them creating momentum within the Big Ten that pushes teams in the Big Ten to go to the conference and go, why don't we just do our own thing? On the other side of that fence is the general public. The general public going, oh, so you guys are good with your championship being won by a team that demonstrably cheated. Because I've said this about the league for years. The NFL is going to always let owners get away with throwing drinks and players get away with this, that, and deflating footballs and all that, because we're not going to go anywhere. You know where the NFL will, I think, get hurt? If they ever got caught scripting the game.
Yeah, the only kind of cheating I think really affects any sport is if you find out the refs
you rig the game.
If the refs are throwing the game, or if it's the outcome is predetermined.
Exactly. If you rig the game, that's where you get hurt. And I think the line between rigging the game on one hand and allowing cheaters to prosper on the other, it's like a color gradient, right? Like it's red over here and it's blue over here and it's purple in the middle, but can you show me where purple is? Not really. It's a gradient. There's no clear spot. Like you can tell me where purple is, but you can't tell me where purple starts between the red and the blue. And I think that's kind of the tightrope they walk is if they lean one side into the red or one side into the blue, instead of walking up and down in the purple, they will hurt the product. Whether it's Michigan and the Big Ten going, yeah, we're gonna start our own thing in the NCAA's on the right, or on the left, the fans go, oh, so you will openly acknowledge that a team cheated yet still let them win. That's a rigged product. I'm not watching that. Speaking of things people aren't watching, Rashad Beard of the Panther Nation podcast. We're watching the pod, just not the Panthers. Is going to join us coming up next.
Thanks for the clarification, because everybody's watching.
Everybody's watching
that podcast.
My dude's got thousands of, like tens of thousands of followers. He'll join us next to talk Panther football on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away for just a minute while we get Rashad lined up. We will be right back. Rashad, what's up, big fella?
What's up, man?
How you doing, buddy? How you been?
Pretty good. Hanging in there.
Good, man. How was Christmas?
Yeah, all good, man. No complaints. Enjoyed the break.
I love it. Have you seen the video of the dude going over the desk at the judge?
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I did see that.
So the dude on the right in the black suit that is straight up throwing hands.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a clerk of court. That's not a bailiff. That's just a guy who works there.
Yeah, at least somebody was doing something. At least somebody was doing something, because that lady was getting her butt whooped and everybody's sitting there watching. Like, come on, man. Somebody's got to help.
That dude was just like a clerk of court who just...
Because they all had their phones out.
Yeah.
Look, someone had
like, man, come on, man. He's watching the judge, a woman get her butt whooped and nobody's doing anything. Like, at least come together and, like, help. Everybody just standing there watching. It's crazy.
The Brock Lesnar Thunder Fist.
Yeah, I was watching that last night. It's crazy.
I think in those situations, there's always a lot of shock. Like, is this happening?
Yeah.
But luckily, there was someone who was willing to jump in there and do something.
Yeah, like somebody's got to do something. Like at least if we can get 4 or 5 of us, I know it's kind of scary, but if we can come together, let's try to stop this dude, man. It's kind of crazy.
I think you'd have to believe in the courtroom he doesn't have a weapon other than himself, and you should be able to hold that guy down.
He was holding that in though, man. He's waiting for that moment.
He got some height too. That's
He did. He jumped. That was impressive.
He cleared it. I'm not giving credit, but he cleared it perfectly as far as clearing how high that.
Oh, look, you know what he looked like? He looked like vintage prime Troy Polamalu back when Troy used to do that.
Just to jump the line. Yeah, that's true. Great point. Great point.
That was a vintage Polamalu over the center because the play clock's at 0.
Right. Yep.
You would hope when the appeal eventually happens, they'll be ready next time.
I suspect my man will be watching his next sentence come down in cuffs and chains. Oh, we're nowhere near coming back, are we?
Yeah, I don't that got moved.
I thought it did.
Yeah, accidentally. I mean, it's in the proper place. Yeah. I just kind of moved it. Because, yeah, we want to hear the Panther report before we talk about Panthers. Because, yeah.
The Panthers are locked into the worst record in the NFL for this season. Sunday they'll host 8-8 Tampa Bay.
So how cheap are the tickets this week? I haven't made it to a game all year.
I have no idea.
And that's what I feel that the team's gonna do. Just don't think, things is falling our way for real out there. It's a tough game. Tough year.
The two teams met in early December with the Buccaneers pulling out a close 21-18 decision in Tampa. That was the first game for Chris Tabor as interim head coach, and likewise, he says they'll go to work looking to finish on a positive note.
We got one more opportunity. I talk to the guys a lot about really, it's going to boil down to.
No, the Panther report is talking about, we're going to go out there and we're going to give our best and everything. When you know it's your last game, it could be your last game where you are. I get it's a tryout to a degree for another team, but how much do you really put into it? There's some players who are going to play really hard. Others, I don't know. I know it's mean. Would you be able to tell
if
they were playing hard?
The torture train. The Rob Brown Show rolls on, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fan Upstate. 844-326-3663, the call-in number. Text us 71307. Start that text with fan, and make sure you join us on our live stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, or by searching and subscribing to The Rob Brown Show on YouTube. Speaking of streaming, a young man who might have the single most successful NFL-based podcast in the history of YouTube He is the host of the Panther Nation podcast, joins us every Thursday when my lazy behind isn't on a beach in Florida for vacation. My guy, Rashad Beard, back in the house. What's up, big dog?
What's going on, man? I appreciate that. The sauce on that intro, man. That was heavy. That was heavy. I like that.
When someone does that, they're getting ready to come at you or something.
Yeah, that was heavy, man. I like that.
Listen. I'm not throwing drinks in Rashad Beard's face. He's got enough going on this season that he's got to worry about. All right. I don't need to make it worse. Rashad, what the hell is David Tepper? What is David Tepper, man?
Bro, man, I have no idea, man. This dude is man, he's a lot. He's a lot of things I could say right there. But I don't know. I get it. He's a human. He was frustrated. 26-0 loss. We haven't lost like that. We haven't been shutouts like that since 2002. Bryce throws an interception. He gets frustrated going back and forth with some fans. And you got to be better, right? The fan, you don't have the same responsibility as a fan. You're the owner of a football team. You got to let security take care of their business. Call security, let them handle it. For you to throw a drink on somebody, you assaulted somebody. And I said this on my channel. That is assault. You can't do that as an owner of a football team. Now, I don't know what happened prior to that. They some words probably were exchanged. And I don't know if something was thrown at David Tepper. But at the end of the day, you can't respond like that as an owner of a football team, because if that was a player, and if that was a fan that did that, the fan would have been thrown out and banned immediately. We've seen that happen before from the guy that threw the beer on Tyreek Hill. And if that was a player, they would have been suspended. So, it's just unfortunate, man. This dude every day we get up here and we talk about David Tepper, and we're like, man, it can't get any worse. It can't. And he just continues to prove that it can get worse and worse and worse and worse. So I don't know, man. I'm just kind of strapped in watching the show like everybody else.
You know what? Why don't people talk about the fact that there is a ton of people in that booth and no one else did anything or said anything? They're all just sitting around watching it. So why is he the only one to react?
Yeah, you see Scott Fitterer, who's our GM, standing right. He's memed up for that, just standing there, stone-faced, with his hands in his pockets, not doing anything. That's how you're supposed to handle it. You're an NFL executive. Like, stand there, close. You can close those windows. Like, if you're tired of the fan, close the window. Separate yourself from the fans, and you got to make better decisions. And when you got the guy at the top like that, making those type of decisions in that moment, just think of the trickle effect, like when it comes to drafting a pick or signing somebody, or just any kind of small decision. If he makes that type of decision in that situation, imagine what he's doing in other situations. It's just crazy. It's ridiculous.
So the thought that I had about that was combined with the stories about Tep being a micromanager, Tep stepping on toes, Tep handing flashcards with plays he wants and his wife wants to see run by the offense to head coaches, etc. I kind of got to the point where I'm like, dude, I just don't think this guy is mentally stable. Like, I've been making fun of Jerry Jones for years for not being able to field a team that can finish. But JJ's a dude that, at least when it comes time, he may be involved in the GM stuff, but he lets his football team operate. Like, I don't think this dude's got the temperament. And if he doesn't have the temperament, a guy like that doesn't change. A dude who throws a drink in the face of another dude doesn't stop being that guy. He might be able to quiet it down a little bit, but he doesn't stop being that guy. And if that's the case, Rashad, man, I hope I'm being a worst case scenario guy here, a pessimist here. But if that's who he is and he can't change, dude, y'all going to be bad for a long time, bro.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary part. And these temper tantrums are, I mean, they're just not, they're not good. I mean, we've heard him throw expletives out there after a loss. Like, he may just be unfit to be an NFL owner like that. And we're starting to see that. 6 years. This is now our sixth consecutive losing season. And it's scary. Like, this is why you have a lot of people. There's a lot of folks in Panther Nation hitting the transfer portal. Like, there's a fan transfer portal out there, and fans are in it. They're looking for secondary teams. They're rooting for the 49ers. And they're going back to CMC. Like, there are legit fans out here leaving because they're scared of what David Tepper, they've seen what David Tepper done to this team. This is not the Carolina Panthers of old. This is not the Carolina Panthers I grew up watching. This is not the Carolina Panthers that we want to cheer for. We deserve better as Panther fans.
Rashad Beard joining the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Again, you can follow him at Panther Nation PC on Twitter, but make sure you're searching, subscribe to the Panther Nation podcast on YouTube. I don't want to hang on that. I want to talk football, but I almost feel like it got to be too big of a story not to. $300K is the fine, and obviously a little bit of a dressing down. Here's what killed me about that. What killed me about it, Rashad, was his apology, which wasn't one at all. He's like, oh, I'm ashamed of my behavior, but he doesn't say I'm sorry. He doesn't even, like, I've been in bars a lot. It's incredible how many fights can be dissolved with a yo, my bad, bro. Like that will end that sort of thing. And he couldn't even muster up one of those. The fact that this dude did what he did, which was an absolute B move, the fact that he did it and then just walked away, which was an even bigger B move, and then the fact that he did it, walked away, and can't apologize for it, that is the mark of a dude who thinks he's the biggest, baddest, smartest bro in every room he goes into. And anybody thinks who they are smarter, bigger, badder than everybody else in every room they walk into, Rashad, they fail. They fail every time.
Yeah, he's entitled. He's an entitled billionaire, and that's exactly right. When you're gonna get a slap on the wrist, a little fine, right? I can walk around, do what I want. Nobody is gonna tell me that I did something wrong, and that's part of the problem is that nobody's willing to stand up and say, and this is not just me saying this. This is the word on the street is that hey, he got rid of everybody that challenged him, right? He got rid of all the guys that said, hey, David Tepper, this is not the right thing you should do. Hey, nope, you're out of here. There's so many people, and you can just see the tea leaves. Shout out to Steve Drummond, who used to be in that room. He's been a part of the Carolina Panthers for a long, long time in that PR space. And he's gone. Like there's been folks that have been around here, and I feel like those folks that held him accountable are no longer with the Carolina Panthers, and that's part of the problem. Nobody's going to check him, and when there's nobody willing to check him, he just moves how he's moving. Nobody's going to say anything. Hey, they're all scared to lose their jobs, and I get it, completely understand. If I was in that situation, I would probably be the same way. I mean, I speak from a privileged standpoint in that I don't work for the Carolina Panthers, don't desire to work for the Carolina Panthers, but, that's just what it is. I mean, nobody's willing to say, hey, you're doing something wrong.
Hey, I'll work for him. Hey, I'll take the GM job. I feel like all right, that's enough. So we'll put that to bed. I will say this. I thought about this the other day. I think the NFL needs to put in place a system that allows fans to vote on the performance of ownership. And if your approval rating drops below 20%, you got to sell the team immediately. Do you think he's under that mark right now?
Oh man, dude, he's way below that. Like it's not even, I would say like 5%. He does have some defenders out there. Like I'm on Twitter watching, he does have some defenders. There's some folks out there saying, oh, he's doing the best he can and blah, blah, blah. But bro, it's way below 20%. He would have like he has a 100% disapproval rating. It's bad. It's bad out here.
Rashad Beard joining the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, let's talk football here for just a minute. 2 weeks ago, we had Carolina take on Green Bay, and I think all of us went, there it is. That's it. That's what we've been waiting for. BY going up over 300, couple of tutties through the air. The team was running the ball well on Chuba Hubbard's legs, and then they turned around and they get a win over Atlanta. It's 9-6. It's ugly as hell, but hey, a win's a win. And then whatever they just did against Jacksonville. The most frustrating thing in the world for me was that last Sunday morning, I sat down in front of the TV for the first time since like week 3, kind of excited about watching the team play. I'm like, all right, they put up 30 against Green Bay. The offense looked good. Next week, offense didn't look as good, but they won the football game, and that's a big one. First time I've been excited all year, and then they laid what I think is, do you agree, the biggest damn egg of the season.
Yeah, it's bad, man. And that's what makes it so frustrating is that Green Bay game was so good. Like, that's what we wanted to see. And if we're going to lose, that's the fashion we want to lose in, right? Bryce Young going out there, putting up 300, 2 touchdowns, Chark looking good. That's the fashion we want to lose in. A competitive, high-scoring game. That's the first time we've seen it all season long. So it's frustrating when you get that game. You want to build off of that game. You want to continue to say, all right, we're starting to get some traction here. Late in the season, you're seeing Amir Smith-Marset get going. You're seeing some really good things. Then you come out this week and you lay a dud, one of the biggest duds in Panther history. We have not gotten shut out since 2002. You lay a complete goose egg in terrible fashion. And again, it's a tough game. You got Jacksonville fighting for their playoff lives. They're still in contention to win the division, make the playoff run. So it's a tough game, right? But you still want to be competitive, right? And so it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. And it's the truth is that it really doesn't matter, right? Because whatever we're building off of anyway is getting reset in the offseason. So it's not like you're going to say, all right, Thomas Brown, let's see some progression in your offense going into the next season because you're going to be back. No, you're not going to be back. So any progression that we see in Bryce Young, we're going to have to hit the reset button, reset our expectations anyway, because we're getting a new coach, new staff. So it really doesn't matter at the end of the day, but it's frustrating. You just kind of want to see some competitiveness out of the Carolina Panthers, and we did not see that last week, and it's very frustrating.
I'm almost to the point where, and Lonzo was talking about this before we came on the air earlier with you for this segment. I almost kind of get it. Like I got excited about, in fact, I'm going to tell you right now, I bet money on a straight money line win for Carolina over Jacksonville. I'm like, all right, CJ Beathard's playing quarterback, Christian Kirk's out. Like this is a winnable game on the road for this team against a floundering Jacksonville team. And then they just stank the place up. I think it's almost understandable because of what you just said. Thomas Brown's wife on Twitter 3 weeks ago was like, hey, we're already fired. We know we're gone. Like, we're just here because it's a job and a paycheck. We know we're gone. You know, a bunch of the vets on this team, there are going to have to be some moves made moving forward to add new names and new money to contracts and onto the salary cap. You know that a lot of the guys that aren't part of what the next offense is going to be, you know, the whole coaching staff. Like, on one hand, as a fan, I want to see what I saw against Green Bay. On the flip side, my man, there's one game left. Most of the guys, if not all of them on that coaching staff, are gone at the end of the year. How are you approaching this weekend's matchup against Tampa, who is going to be out there playing for the division title?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care, to be honest with you. I mean, there's really no you want to go out there, you want to watch good football, right? As a season ticket owner, you're going to go there, you're going to watch the game, and you just want to see some good football. You want to be entertained. You want to cheer for your team. Like, so we're going to do that. But at the end of the day, like, the expectations are very low, man. Like, at the end of the day, we're probably, again, with the Bucks playing for the division, they've got a little bit more more reason to play than the Carolina Panthers. So they're going to outplay us most likely. And so it's just a matter of just going there to sit there and just watch football, right? At the end of the day, there's really nothing we can expect. And so again, like somebody said earlier in the chat, it's just we're trying to just let's end the misery, right? Let's just get it over with. Let's move on. Let's get to Black Monday. Our Black Monday was a long time ago, but let's just get out of here and let's get over it. Let's get it over with, right? That's what we're looking forward to.
Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Let's hit at least a highlight. Let's at least get a little positivity up in here. Derek Brown can set a single-season tackle record at the defensive line spot. I will start by saying that dude has grown into the monster that I think you and I both thought he could be since he got to Charlotte, and it is an absolute damn atrocity that guy's not a Pro Bowler this year.
Yeah, absolutely should be on the Pro Bowl. I mean, he's playing like a monster. He's playing like an Aaron Donald, playing like the best defensive tackles in the league. I mean, he's definitely a top 5 defensive tackle in the league right now, and it is pretty bad. You look at the names in front of him. Aaron Donald's on that list. There's some other guys that are on that list, but if you compare stats, I mean, you're not getting much better than Derek Brown, and it's unfortunate. It's just the reality of the business is that when your team is playing this bad, you're not going to get the high spots. You're not going to get the Pro Bowls. You're not going to get the looks that you should get. But Derek Brown is the bright spot on a terrible, terrible, terrible team. And it's unfortunate, man. He is playing out of his mind right now. The best player on the team, clearly the best player on the team, both sides. If you include both sides of the football, he is the best player on the team. And he's grown into that. A lot of people in Panther Nation were calling him a bust year 2, year 3. And it's like, man, sometimes you gotta wait. And this is what we talk about on our show. We've talked about this on your show, is that sometimes you've got to wait and let these guys pan out. He's played in multiple defensive systems. He's played in multiple different schemes, different roles, and he's been a monster ever since the scheme changed with Averill. He's just been playing extremely, extremely well, and we got to give him credit. And it is very unfortunate. It's an atrocity that he is not a Pro Bowler. But I get it. That's the nature of the beast when you're such a bad team.
Talk to me about BY as we head to the end of the season. There's 2 things. Number one, again, that Green Bay game. Like, that's the dude he can be. We've seen him drop some dimes in scattered and isolated spots all year long. Green Bay was the first time it looked like he's getting some time. He's got receivers that aren't dropping the football. That's what that cat can do. And then I saw somebody point out BY has been sacked more than any rookie in the NFL, with the exception of David Carr, who played on one of the worst teams I've ever seen his rookie year. BY is doing the same thing now. I'm going to say straight up, if nothing else, that dude deserves some flowers for toughness, because there's a lot of vet quarterbacks that after getting sacked 60 damn times in a season would have hung it up about 3 weeks ago and gone, no, I'm good. I'm going to ride pine until the end of the year. And that guy keeps popping up even when he's getting shellacked like he did last weekend, popping back up with the back injury to just grind it out. Then I'll tell you one thing. We've seen he's got the arm. Now you know he's got the toughness. I've seen what I need to see to know that he can be the dude, in my opinion, which makes it all that much more important that the folks in the front office get it right, because you got one more year or he will be ruined.
Yeah, I think that you've seen some stuff you want to see it more consistent, right? We've seen a couple of games where it's like, all right, Bryce, that's it. That Green Bay game was kind of that. Like he very good passes, very confident with the football. And so that's what we want to see. We've seen it. The problem is that you got to get the right staff around him. You got to get the right offensive line. You got to get the weapons. And we can't, we're going to be hard pressed to see if we can get all that in one off season, right? You might get the staff, but it's going to take you some time to get the offensive line, get the weapons. So we have to be, I know we've been patient for a long time, but we've got to be more patient, right? To allow Bryce Young to be comfortable, to kind of develop. And we've seen it, right? We've seen it. And again, it just makes it difficult because you got the CJ Strouds of the world coming out here, lighting it up year one. It just makes it real difficult for us to watch the landscape of the NFL and then have Bryce Young struggling, right? It's frustrating. And that's just the nature of the business. But at the end of the day, Panther Nation, I think we have our quarterback. We just got to be patient. And hopefully we get the right offensive mind in here that can help Bryce Young be the best he can be. And if we don't, we're going to have to move on. And it just is what it is. But I think we got our guy for sure.
Yeah, no, you and I are on the same bus with that. Rashad Beard hosts the Panther Nation podcast. You can follow them on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, make sure you go to YouTube. You search and subscribe to the Panther Nation podcast. Hit that bell notification so you know when they go live. What you guys got coming up next?
I'm going to be doing the morning huddle shortly after this, talking about more about Derek Brown and him being snubbed. Going to be probably doing a post game for the Panthers Bucks game. Letting out all the frustrations for the entire season. That might be primetime TV right there. You might want to tune in for that. That might be a good one. So
yeah,
that's pretty much.
I'll be hanging in the chat for sure. Yeah. I'll be hanging in the chat. We'll see.
Hey, those rants are good, man. They're good when they come.
Rashad Beard, appreciate you, fella. We'll talk to you next week with the season wrap-up, buddy.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate y'all.
You got it. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast right here on The Rob Brown Show. For those of you that are watching on the stream, feel free to join us. You can go to our YouTube channel at The Rob Brown Show. We got another hour and 15, and we hit it hard when we come back right here on the Fan Upstate. That's it. That's right. I agree. That's the spots. You got to get him a 1. You got to get him an O-line. I've said all season long, y'all might agree or disagree. You got to get him an O-line that's not a run block offensive line. That's your problem. You built a run block offensive line, and you ask him to start pass pro for a QB that does not have a ton of escapability. That's a problem. Anyway, I know Rashad's going to cut his stream again. We're on YouTube at The Fan Upstate. Our show is live 6 to 10 every single morning, and we would love to have you guys join us. We talk Carolina, Panthers, Gamecocks, Clemson Tigers, NFL in general. Talk a little NBA later in the show. So if y'all want to join us, feel free, and I appreciate everybody from the PNP Army coming by. For those of you that move over, we'll see you there. For everybody else, we'll be back in just a minute. right. Appreciate y'all hanging in there. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Been saying that all year, man. Lonzo's been saying it too. Run the damn football. You built an offensive line built for a power run game, and then you asked them to run a pass pro offensive set. That's not going to work. I have not heard back from Emily, so I'm just going to not worry about it. She did not answer text or DMs.
Okay.
So we'll get with her about getting back in next week.
Glad you told me before I died.
Yeah, sorry. I meant to tell you that one.
That way I don't have to struggle with the phone today.
Correct.
Yes, I'm pretty excited about that.
Or small talk.
Yeah. Regular talk is a struggle right now, so small talk probably would be bad. Or worse than usual.
Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on Auto Trader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on Auto Trader. Just you wait. Auto Trader.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every.
I think the one thing I got out of most of Rashad today was a fan transfer portal.
The fan transfer
portal.
The transfer portal.
That probably, there are certain people on this station who pass out when they hear that. Because that's, you can't do that. You can't transfer your fandom. Suck, Tyler.
Yes, I did see Tyreek's house ablaze. That sucks, man. Oh, well, now we got to talk about it regular. Zach, you just killed a Twitter trending topic.
He's already struggling. I'll find some stuff.
Jerk, Zach.
Where'd he go, Zach?
Jerk.
Just getting me back from earlier or something. I don't know.
Emily Adams, unfortunately, plugged up with work stuff, so she will rejoin the program next week on Thursday. We appreciate her as always. Thanks to Rashad Beard for joining us from the Panther Nation podcast. You guys absolutely lit up the text line there. Texter said, Tepper tantrums. Put that on a freaking T-shirt. Texter said, David Tepper deserves a...
That is not real.
For how low his approval rating is and how idiotic he has been. You know, like I said, I don't like to besmirch the name of somebody that I have not met, but I will when it's earned. When it's earned. If I don't know a guy and I get a bunch of anecdotal stories about how that guy sucks, I go out of my way to make sure that I don't contribute to that, because sometimes one person has a bad experience and it gains traction, and all of a sudden a guy or a gal who's a real nice guy or gal is having their name dragged through the mud. But when you pull the move Tep pulled this weekend, I'm pretty comfortable saying you're a jerk.
It's really bothering me because I think movies and TV have depicted rich people wrong, because all of them, they got some guy or several people in the area that will take care of problems like that. Where were they? And I'm not just talking about Fitterer. I'm talking about, there were other people in that booth. Why isn't someone else saying something or doing something? Your meal ticket is getting mad. Well, no.
Because Tepper will fire you. Listen.
For taking up for him?
There is one punishment that could go to David Tepper. First off, what are they going to do to the fan? Hey, shut up. They can't do anything. That fan is allowed to talk smack at a football game. I can walk up to you at a game and go, hey, you suck, your team sucks. That's not a crime.
That's not what I mean. I mean, Jerry Jones, if they're doing that to him, his son is stepping in.
And doing what?
And
hey, you shut up, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No,
like,
that's.
And
but,
you think a Jaguar fan that's openly talking smack to the owner is going to be like, "Oh, Scott Fitter is on me."
I don't know. You've painted a picture of Jacksonville that just what maybe it's the truth.
It
and
sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
Butthole of
and
America.
maybe all people there also suck. And so I mean, in that case, you're afraid they're going to climb up like the dude did later onto the thing. So you got a guy over there going, or security stepping in. How is there no security in that booth with him?
Because the guy wasn't doing anything that justified security. If I walk up to
you had to say
go,
something enough. There had to be back and forth enough for him to throw the drink.
I don't think there does. I think he's a hot temper.
He didn't hear, "Oh, the Panthers suck," and then suddenly threw the thing. There's got to be more to it than that.
I think he is a hot-tempered clown who is wildly frustrated because he built this team and it stinks, and he's been hearing about it for absolute months now, and it boiled over with with a home team fan telling him as the owner of the away team that his team sucks and he sucks at his job, and he crossed the line. The only person in that entire interaction with whom security should have gotten involved was David Tepper.
All right. So every athlete has an entourage with them. Actors have entourage. Do NFL owners not have entourage? There were people I'm just saying.
I understand. Listen, I understand where you're coming from. What I'm telling you is, even if he
So he's the only guy that got mad about what was being said.
It doesn't matter.
Because there's no reaction from anybody else in that booth.
That's the problem. He's the only one that did anything. He could have had 50 security guys. The only thing they could have done is look at the guy and go, "Shut your mouth." Outside of that, there's nothing they could have done. All Tepper had to do was nothing. That's it. That's all he had to do.
I guess in my vision of me being rich, I got people in there and I just move my head and they go take care of the problem. And I don't mean but by getting security and tell them that there's a problem
to do what?
Because we don't know what the guy was saying.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Unless
how many NBA players point at a guy and say they want them gone, and security
and
shows up and gets rid of them?
Maybe that's a policy, but I'm gonna probably make the guess that the visiting owner does not have the authority to make home team fans get kicked out of the stadium. Now, maybe he could have got on the phone with Shad Khan and be like, "Yo, text your boy, tell him send Mox over. I got a problem in section 221.
Oh man, I would have loved to see that.
That I need the Red Hood to take care of." All right, like maybe that's the phone call. But if a fan is sitting, unless the fan is making violent threats towards you.
By the way, I'm not taking up for Tepper. What he did was stupid. I'm just shocked that there was no one else in the booth, not to intervene and stop him, but to also be a party. Like, hey, stop talking stuff.
There might have been, but there's nothing they can do. If you go to a sporting event and somebody walks up and go, "You suck, you look funny, and you smell bad," that is not grounds for expulsion. There is nothing that anyone can do in that scenario.
But I already think that about myself, so they're not going to tell me anything new.
Correct, but you also can't slug the guy in the noggin.
Well, I could.
You could, and then guess who's leaving the stadium? Just like Tepper. The only guy who did anything wrong, unless that guy was physically threatening David Tepper, there's nothing that was the wrong. And even if he was, that's still the wrong reaction.
I don't want people thinking that I'm defending him. I'm not. I'm just shocked that there's no one else in the booth also taking action, doing something to prevent it from getting this far. Unless boom, it happened like that, which it could have. It could have been, "Tepper, you suck," and boom, he did it. It could have been that. We don't know. We don't have any audio.
Dude,
so
that fan could have been chirping at Tep for 4 quarters. You do not react like that. Listen, you guys have heard the show for a while.
You're right. Again, it's just bothering me that he's the only one reacting that way. Whether you
that's the problem.
What he did was reprehensible.
Yes.
But there should have been some more reprehensible people in that booth.
So again, I hear. All right, let me.
If what was said to him was so bad that it made him react that way, why didn't it make other people in the booth react that way?
Let me rephrase that. Let me fix that.
If someone comes at you, I'm mad. Okay.
There may have been 2 or 3 or 10 or 20 other guys in the booth. If any one of them has a reaction that is in any way a direct impact on that fan, Tep is still under the wire because that's his guy doing it on his behalf. The only win for Tepper, it's like an NFL ref. what have we said about refs? I shouldn't know your name. If I know your name, you did bad. The only way that Tepper leaves that building is by us never knowing he was in the game in the first place. That's the only positive way he leaves the building. If he or any of his boys do anything to that fan, you're the bad guy.
We got to go. I don't think you get my point. My point is no one in that booth cares enough about Tepper to stand up and take it for him.
My point is no one in that booth could do anything.
No, that's just saying that no one cares about the dude.
If somebody comes in here and says, Rob Brown, you suck at this job, and you walk over and throw a drink in their face, you're the bad guy.
No, I'm throwing an elbow, dude. I mean, come on.
He's also throwing a sports flash. Not my best work.
Right up. Yes, it did sound like Chewbacca. Last night in college basketball, UNC Greensboro beat the Furman Paladins 79-68, and the Miami Hurricanes knocked off the Clemson Tigers 95-82. The 2023 Pro Bowl rosters are out, highlighted by Brock Purdy starting on the NFC side and Tua Tagovailoa getting the nod in the AFC. The 49ers led all teams with 9 selections, including former Carolina Panther Christian McCaffrey. The Carolina Panthers were one of 4 teams without a selection, no surprise there, joining New England, Washington, and Green Bay. We are your home for Furman Paladins basketball and football. Tune in Saturday night at 6:30 as the Paladins take on Chattanooga right here on your home for Furman Paladin Sports, the Fan Upstate.
It's been years in the making, and now Greenville is home to the most epic comic and game store around. Borderlands Comics and Games. Reimagined bigger and better than before. The stakes
So I still don't think you understand the point I'm making. I am coming at Tepper because he's created such an atmosphere that no one's willing to stand up for him despite the repercussions for doing so. I have been at places where someone showed up and threatened to beat somebody else up because they were mistreating me and they didn't even know me. They knew me from the radio. So he's surrounded by possibly family and friends, and none of them stood up for him.
I fully understand your point. I am making
it's an indictment on him further that no one was willing to stand up for him.
I understand your point, and I'm not even saying the point is incorrect. I'm saying if anybody does, I think everybody else in that booth, whether they were willing to stand up booth,
the else was that anybody else in that booth?
I'm Mike Tyson here right now. Anybody else in that booth,
including Mike Tyson. No, Mike Tyson would have did something.
Even if they wanted to stand up for Tepper, there is nothing they can do in that situation unless the guy is threatening David Tepper. There is nothing that they can do without this being a story.
You know what they can do? They can stand up and yell back at the
you.
person.
Don't know that didn't happen.
I don't.
Right?
But I think if it's escalated to the point where you're getting ready to throw a drink, there are other people around you yelling and screaming, going, "Hey man, you need to back off," stuff like that.
Here's the thing. Even if that does happen, which I don't think it did, because even if that does happen, now what's the story? David Tepper's entourage has screaming match with Jaguars fans.
You know what?
There's no positive win here other than shut up and leave.
No. Actually, it is more of a win for Tepper if that happens, because then he's not in the trouble he's in. He's not going to get fined for his entourage. He get fined for himself. He's not going to have everybody coming at him. It's going to be like, oh, well, see, there are some people who actually stand up for Tepper.
I understand your point. I'm saying I don't think there's a win here. I think the best thing he can do is leave. A fan yelling.
The proof that you are truly a jerk is when you look around you and no one's willing to defend you.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all.
And that's sad that anyone's at that degree.
I don't disagree with that at all. But I also think there is a massive difference between even the A-list celebrities that we are and the owner of a football team at a football game. If this happens at a random bar in Charlotte, I don't care. I don't.
Well, he's probably get hit in the face if that happens.
All right. I don't want to spend a whole segment on it, but I do want to finish up the thoughts on the Tepper story. Lonzo is making the point that there was no one else in the booth who stood up for Tep, and that is an indictment on Tepper, that he's surrounded by guys who don't want to stand up for him. And my response is, I don't think that's true. I think Tepper is only surrounded by guys who want to fondle his ego. That's one of the problems, is we have now heard from multiple sources, including some reputable NFL writers, that David Tepper's legacy in Charlotte is that he gets rid of everybody who pushes back against him, meaning he's got an office, an administration full of people that are there solely to and ask him how his BMs are.
Yeah, but this guy, way to bring it back. This goes against what you're saying, though. If you're surrounded by yes men, they are up and defending you. No. Because they know you are their meal ticket. They're up going, you can't talk that way about our boss, or your team sucks and so does your town. I mean, they're saying something.
What I'm saying is, I think the other people, I hope, I don't know, that the other people in that box recognize that in that spot, in that moment, you just have to take it. You just have to take it. There are times and places in all of our lives that you just have to take it. I would be willing to bet that there have been some times in both of our lives where bosses or managers have said something to us in a work environment that if they said it to us in a bar would get them a pop on the nose, but we sat there and took it because that's what we got to do in this situation to better ourselves.
I'm more thinking elbow to the skull because
whatever the case might
because
be.
Those guys always seem to be short.
Whatever the case might be, you and I have both had people say things to us that outside of the building we were working in would have started a fight. But if we're
out hanging somewhere and our boss is there,
not a good example. Talk to me about what you would do in the boss's office.
All right.
Because that's where he was.
Let me continue to make it where it makes sense to the situation. We are out somewhere with our boss, and someone.
He was not out. He was at work. You have to set it up in a work environment.
All right. You're going to keep diffusing it because I'm going to be right about this.
No, because you're making an analogy that doesn't compare.
Rob Brown, we are at a remote, okay, which is a work function. While we're there, someone comes at Mark Hendricks.
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to sit back and do nothing.
No, I'll probably tell the guy, shut up.
Exactly. That's my point. That is my point. Someone comes at my boss, and even if it was a boss in the past that I didn't like, and I do like this one, I'm not kissing up. If I was out with a guy named Peter, who might have been a program director, who I could not stand and still cannot. If someone came at him, and I'd be like, hey, you need to leave him alone. I would say something. No one in a booth did that.
Let me finish the analogy. If you and I are at a remote and somebody gets after the boss,
Can't finish my analogy.
I sure
it's
can.
my analogy.
I'm about to. If you and I are on remote,
it's because your name's on the show.
Do whatever the hell I want. You will listen to every damn word I have to say. If you and I are at a remote and somebody comes up and starts running smack at the boss, and you and I are on the air, in that spot, I have to go, the boss has got this. He's going to handle it.
See, I would.
He doesn't
I
need
would put my headphones down, or I would tell the producer to go to break, and I would get up and say, "Hey, man, you need to leave it alone."
So it is fine to continue to build out an analogy, but in the spot that he was in, he did something you can't do. He did. The people around him, I hope, recognized, even if they will all go to bed. Let me make this even more clear to finish your analogy if we're out. If we got a news story on Tuesday morning that out at a bar in Charlotte, somebody walked up to Dave Tepper and started telling him and his wife suck at their job, and he did this, I'd be like, all right, well, that's what you get. That's what you get for running your mouth at a bar. But he was not at a bar. He was in an NFL stadium, and he did it to a fan, a guest at an NFL game. Can't do it. It's real simple.
All right. Again,
And the
you're
fact
right.
that for a second he thought
can't.
he could is the problem.
He can't do it. He should not have done it. But somebody else should have been stepping up and saying stuff and doing stuff too, and no one else was. I am talking about this is just as much of an indictment on him, his behavior, and the people around him as anything, because no one was willing to stand up and defend him, whether he was right or wrong. It was silent in that booth from what we saw.
I think, and then I'll get your response and then we'll leave it here. I think the thing that is hanging in the middle between us here is the recognition that there's nothing you can do about a chirping
The
sports
space between.
Good tune. There's nothing there's nothing in that environment that you can do about a chirping sports fan, whether you like the guy or not. You just got to shut up and take it. That's kind of how it works. All right, we got a phone call.
We do, Bob.
Bob, welcome to the show, Bob. Good to have you.
Hey, guys. Good to be on. Just kind of my opinion on the whole Tepper situation. To me, as I've basically heard about this guy, he's pretty hard to work with. He berates people on a general basis. So if you're one of his security detail or one of his assistants or whatever, you're not going to get in the middle of that man venting, no matter what his reaction is, because obviously he can afford a $300K, fine. It wasn't that big of a deal to him. Honestly, the lawsuit he's going to get from this guy, he probably can still also afford. So it's like you see a man who berates people on a daily basis, letting it out on somebody who's not you. I don't think you're getting in the middle of that. I think you let him have his moment and you just stay in the background. And if he eats some kind of punishment, that's him. But that's just kind of my opinion on it. I'll take your response on the air, guys.
Bob, thank you very much for the phone call, but appreciate it.
Then he doesn't have true yes men, because a true yes man is gonna jump up and say something for his boss. At least he'll say yeah when the boss does it. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Let's start with. Let's be very clear about this.
I'm talking about a sad human being who has no one around him to stand up for him because of probably how he's mistreated everyone. And I wish someone would do something or say something,
Okay, all right.
or find a way to break through his cold heart and show him how to be a better person.
Let's be clear. You nor I nor anybody else except the people in that booth know what happened outside of Jags fan chirped, Tep through drink. That's all that we know. So I think speculating on who else in the box did what else is not necessarily part of the conversation.
We're not
The only
speculating.
thing-
We can see what's done in the box. In the limited time that we see, I
Correct.
see no one else doing anything.
Correct. You saw 5 seconds of an interaction that probably lasted longer than that. I suspect that wasn't the first thing that dude said to Tep that caused this. But in the grand scheme of the Carolina Panthers, the only thing that matters is you now know for a fact that you have a hot-tempered, hot-headed, entitled, narcissistic owner who cannot compose himself in a high-intensity situation. And the NFL is only high intensity situations. I've already got somebody on the text line asking, what does any of this matter move on? And I get it. But let me be clear. This matters because what it tells me is that David Tepper cannot be a composed individual in a high-stress situation. You go, wait a minute, Rob, he's a billionaire in the financial world. Listen, I understand. The financial world is a very volatile, constantly moving situation. Yes, it is high stakes, especially when you are playing with $1 billion, especially when you're playing with billions of dollars of other people's money. But at the end of the day, it is a world that he learned, grew up in, experienced. Tepper 20 years from now might be a mellowed out, wonderful owner. But the problem is, until he is, this team's going to suck. Because while he learned the financial world and he grew in the financial world and he became a very successful financial world guy, he is putting his foot into an entirely different world. Rob Brown knows how to do radio. But if I got a job tomorrow to take over as PR for a Fortune 500 multi-billion-dollar company, yeah. Do I have success traits here that go to that job? Sure. But that is a wildly high intensity, high stakes, zero margin for error type game that I would be entering in. And I probably do not today have the skill set to walk in there and slay.
Don't want to kill the bit, but I think you would absolutely slay in that position.
I appreciate the compliment.
That's what you do everywhere you are. So
I appreciate the compliment.
I mean, you know,
but that's not reality. It's just not. And what Tepper
the reality is you're really good. I mean, that's not, I mean,
I appreciate it. We got
denying
trophies. I'm not saying I'm not good. I am good at this. Just like Tepper is good at money. But I wouldn't be good at that, just like he's not
I'm
good
sure
at the NFL.
he throws a drink.
Thank you for being my yes man, by the way.
That's what, see, I stood up for you. I did. That's what those guys do. So I'm guessing he throws a drink in the face guy in the financial world too. I think that's who he is wherever he's at, probably. So there is no difference. And this is relevant because it's a sports story. So
it's relevant in that he's the owner of the NFL franchise we cover, and he just displayed to us that he is a hot-tempered, ill-composed owner in a world where from January 1st to December 31st, every single day is high intensity, high stakes, high risk, and while we are not financially invested looking for a return on investment of money, we are financially invested in this team being good because it is our outlet that we elect to, how many times have we said it, invest time, money, energy, and passion into. And those are our investments. The return on investment we expect is to have a competitive football team that occasionally lets us believe we got a shot at a Lombardi. And when it's being run by a narcissistic, hot-tempered clown like David Tepper, that return on investment doesn't exist anymore. Is there a Panthers fan out there right now? Is there a Panthers fan listening to this show, watching the product that has been in place since David Tepper took over as the owner? Is there a Panthers fan out there that goes, we can win with this guy in charge? I don't think there is.
Yeah, what's his wife's name again?
Yeah, Nicole.
Okay, she's saying that.
No,
yeah.
She's saying we can win with me in charge because she does all the same dumb crap. That's the problem. That's it. It is 100% an owner showing you that he cannot compose himself in a high-pressure situation. And if that is the case, you are, and I mean this, screwed. You're screwed. Success in one industry does not mean success in another. And by the way, at least with my dumb analogy a minute ago, the skill set I have from this job at least transfers on a loose outline to that job. What I should say is just because I'm a good radio host does not mean that I could become the CEO of a bank and win. I would not. It's a different world.
I think sports are different, though. I do. I really, I think if you're rich, you can buy a sports franchise and you can be smart enough to know to put people in that run it. I mean,
he doesn't do that.
How many rich people who have bought franchises have a history of owning? I mean, they buy one for the first time and they either do really well or they sell it. And how many of them sell it? Usually they buy them and they keep them for a long period of time.
Sure. Within the family for generations.
Right. But most of those guys, they don't have the experience when they buy it. I think sports are the one thing that if you're a billionaire, you can buy a sports team, and it doesn't matter if you have experience, as long as you're smart enough to put football people in to run it.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute from now. I'm actually going to negate everything I had on the rundown for the next segment because
No, he's not.
just stumbled upon another tweet
No, he's not.
that got my goat,
He's not.
so to speak, and I have to address it.
He's not.
And you will all suffer through it with me when we come back. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Unless you are making a change formatically.
Oh, it's Fight
You're
Club.
not.
Nope.
I
I
mean-
literally almost just turned on my mic and said Fight Club next.
It's
Nope, I'm not.
I mean, if you want to do that, that's
Nope.
fine. I mean, it isn't like there's
It's
any,
Thursday,
I
and you know what
mean,
that means.
You know, I
I don't feel the need to have, because I think I'll just say simply, I personally am not interested in the is Clemson still elite conversation. There is a way we'll find out.
unless you're a Clemson fan, who cares? But I mean,
I care, but it's a conversation and speculation.
how many years has it been since they've been in the hunt?
3.
Right. So, I mean, if you're off a year and then you're back in there, that's one thing. But those many losses and things, technically, they're back in the hunt next year. Because I don't know, a second place ACC, they weren't even second place though, were they? They were down there a little bit.
I'm going Zuck 1, Musk 2, Tep 3 in the Thunderdome of
No, man, I know that.
Zuck would kill Musk.
I
Would kill Musk.
think Tepper beats them both.
Not a chance.
He's burly.
Tepper's
I mean,
the
like,
dude.
he's
Tepper's the dude
he
that
headbutts.
takes his shirt off at the bar and makes the most noise and is the first guy to go to sleep.
all right. Tepper headbutts. He does. He fights dirty. If it's in a cage, it's no holds barred. That's what a cage is. Tepper wins.
I am gonna go not
No,
with
the question is,
66-year-old man
who's-
over the 39-year-old guy who has been
Who's the
doing
double team? There's always two that gang up on one at first.
Zuck and Musk so that they can then have their fight against each other that they both wanted to have. Unless one of them goes, what's a heel term when you're already a heel?
Becoming a baby face, I guess. Because that's the opposite of a heel, right?
No, what's it when a heel goes healer? None of those guys are faces, but none of them are turning face in that fight.
Well, how often do you see a straight up heel versus heel fight? When you do, you're still picking one guy over the other.
Heel three-way.
I think you look at the three, and according to your opinion of the three, who do you think's the biggest heel?
Musk.
I'm going to go with Tepper.
No. Tepper just run a football team.
You know, I could go to the political view, and I would have to say Zuckerberg because, you know, if we're going on politics, but I'm going to go with
Well,
Tepper.
in politics, Tepper's a face. Because I have no idea what they are. I can guess, but I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, I can guess too, and that's why I think he and Zuckerberg would go after Elon Musk. I think you got to look at socioeconomic background, area they were born in. And it could be that he's not political at all. There are people out there that's like that. Like Rob Brown, no politics at all. Doesn't affect his thinking, the way he lives. He's just carefree. However, I've offended you, Steven. Just wait. I'll probably do it again. Because, I mean, I offend some people just because I am.
I am.
Exactly, James. Tepper is cheating. I mean, that's what he's doing. It is now, isn't it, Steven? I guess it is. We'll see. You'll know that elections are really real this year if ads show up on this station.
They will. You and I both.
Usually they don't, though. Generally, we don't get those. Yeah, that's right. You're right, Joe. But that's why he ends it quick. Reorchestrates run-ins. You know what's the amazing thing about the fight game is you can put anyone into it. As we've been having a discussion on the stream about Elon Musk versus Zuckerberg versus David Tepper, and people are chiming in right now. If you want to chime in, we're on YouTube, we're on the X, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitch. So check it out, chime in. Who do you think would win? You guys are all wrong. Whoever I say is going to win is going to win. Because my segment that Rob was trying to take away from me, and
You're,
whatever, Rob.
You'll hear from me tomorrow, Peter Burns.
All right, I'm making a comeback. This is a comeback because we haven't done this in forever, and I'm not the only one making a comeback. The Rock has come back to the WWE to make Cody's story not happen, to make it irrelevant, to make it never come true. Are you okay with The Rock coming back and Cody now finishing his story?
I think people need to calm down. There are still multiple more premium live events between here and WrestleMania. The Rock is not taking Cody Rhodes' spot at WrestleMania. That match is going to happen at Elimination Chamber. Rock is going to put Roman over to give Roman one last air of legitimacy before he drops the belt to Cody Rhodes at WrestleMania. Everybody just calm the hell down.
All right, I agree with everything you're saying except for location. What did you say, Rumble, or did you say Elimination?
Elimination.
Okay, all right, Elimination. Okay, I agree. Elimination is in Australia, going to be a pretty big crowd. The Rock will lose to the head of the table, or does he? Because if it's not for the belt and it's just about the head of the table, why not win the head of the table match? The belt has nothing to do with it. Then Roman is down because he is no longer the head of the table, but he's still the champion. And that is another part of his downfall.
I would be interested if they decide to make Roman v. Rock a non-title fight. And honestly, that might not be a bad way to do it, is just have Rock say,
it's about the table, man. He's already pointed out it's about the table.
If he comes back and says, look, in fact, I even think he can make an angle. I think somebody pointed out that Roman has held on to the belt for like 2 years longer than Seth's had his belt, but Seth has defended his belt more times than Roman has defended his. I think you could even have that play in as The Rock going, look, and I'm not here to take your belt, mainly because I wouldn't defend it more than you, and that's not what a champ does. I just want to show you you're not the dog. I don't know how they set it up. All I know is Cody's winning the belt at WrestleMania. Roman's going to drop it there. They brought The Rock back because despite how good the Bloodline story has been, in my opinion,
time to end it.
The problem, yes, but the problem isn't, oh, we got to end it now. The problem is that because the story was about the Usos, specifically Jay, not Roman. It was just Roman was kind of the linchpin, the bad guy in that story. Now that Jay is elsewhere, now that people have gone, okay, what's the point of Jimmy? Like, why would Jimmy just defect back? And now that you are starting to give Solo his own fights to the side, his own rivalries to get into, the only guy in that story who does not have anything going is Roman Reigns. You've got to put him in a ring a couple of times to build up a reason to want to watch him at Mania. And who better to do that than his cousin, the most electrifying man in sports entertainment, Dwayne.
All right, so let me throw something else in there. So he loses the head of the table match, but he loses it because of CM Punk. And then CM Punk walks out with Paul Heyman. So the table is gone because you're ending that storyline, and then you put Punk back with Paul Heyman where he's been before.
I think you've got a couple of things going on there. I think you've already, unless they're gonna let Punk go after both belts, you've already effectively set up Seth v. Punk. That, to me, that's done. The fact that that's the first guy, the fact that, and I think at this point, the return of Punk and that reaction ringside from Seth, I think we can all agree that was a really solid kayfabe acting job from Seth. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. That's when wrestling's at its best. You've got Punk Seth, and again, if you insert, here's the risk you run. Even if Cody was a Vince move and H isn't on board, if you spent this long telling the story of Cody finishing the story and then you just completely nix that out of left field,
yeah, but everybody
have a lot of people that check out.
Everybody is talking about stories now. Everybody is, and it's lessening Cody's story.
I don't disagree with that, but regardless of how you're playing other angles up, if you don't have Cody finish the story by winning the belt that his dad never did, which is the story for Cody Rhodes, if you don't have him do that, last time I checked out of wrestling was mainly because they got so many angles and stories and they were so discombobulated and none of them made any sense. Like I couldn't even kayfabe them into making sense. If you do that, Cody, what's the point of Cody now? What am I supposed to believe that makes Cody Rhodes a compelling wrestler? And if he's not a guy that has been on the top of your tree for a hot minute and a half now, then you have created a scenario where stories don't matter or make sense, and I am going to Florida State transfer myself out because it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Nothing
you
matters,
could do that.
So I'm gone.
So you and I had a conversation off the air, and you mentioned to me the fact that possibly Cody was a Vince McMahon signing and not a Triple H signing, with Triple H in charge right now. And if you got to look at it, Triple H's people are on top pretty much everywhere.
Sure.
And if he's not a Triple H guy, I don't know.
It's again, I gotta think. All right, so you and I agree. I think that H has done a pretty good job when he's had the power, the genuine control.
Especially compared to what the product was.
Correct.
For sure.
He has done a pretty damn good job since he took over booking shows, right? So I gotta think that the dude's got a brain for the industry, even for guys and gals that he's not particularly a fan of. Even if it was a Vince move, you don't have to put Cody on, you don't have to put the belt on Cody and then let him be the champ for 6 years. He can carry that from WrestleMania to SummerSlam, drop it, and the story is still complete, right? And you can put it on whoever else you want to put it on at that point. But if he doesn't finish that story, a story that we've all been following since he moved over from AEW, a year and a half ago.
The injury comes into play because so who knows?
Sure.
Maybe this is over if he hadn't got hurt.
Sure. If you don't finish that story, then the stories that you were telling me elsewhere also don't make sense. And again, if you go see a movie and the story doesn't make sense and that movie ends and you're like, what the hell was that? Likely the next time that director puts out a movie, you're going to go, I'm not spending money on this because he tells stories that don't matter or make sense. And that's the risk you run here.
I don't know. People still go M. Night Shyamalan movies. They still go to those and some, that's the greatest thing. And then that got old.
As a twist.
We'll see what happens with that. I just hope it ends well. I mean, but the thing is, it's WWE. You could put the belt on Cody. He finishes his story. Damian Priest comes out, cashes in, and wins, and takes the belt with them within seconds of him winning the belt. We've seen stuff like that happen before, which would be horrible, but also kind of good, I think. Giovanni Vinci takes a Kofi knee to the face. I don't know if you saw it, and they had to stop the match. Charlotte's got hurt. A bunch of AEW people have been hurt. Is this the most injuries you remember since you've been a wrestling fan? In 2023, it seemed like there were more people hurt than ever before.
I don't think that there are more people hurt. I think that we have entered an age where the public now at the very least says that they care about the athletes and their health more than ever before. Like, this is why I always enjoy conversation with like old hat sports fans, because they'll watch a guy have multiple broken fingers and they're like, suck it up, pansy, get back out there. Or they'll watch
Ronnie Lott cut his finger off.
They'll watch a guy get his bell rung to the point that you can see the stars circling around his head. And they're like, give him some Epsom salts and a Gatorade and get him back out there, you big wuss.
This is smelling salts, not Epsom salt.
Whatever.
Epsom
salts.
relaxes
I don't use
you.
either one of them.
Yeah,
Point
it's
here
the
is,
opposite of that.
I think we have hit a point where the optics of injuries to athletes now matter to the fan base. I am sure in years gone by, they would have had an effective handicap match for 5 or 6 minutes while they let that guy get his bearings back, and then they sent him in there for a quick finish. And now they're going, no, we can't risk that. We know with the injury, especially a head injury, right? We know what the risk of head injuries and those injuries being exacerbated are.
Let me rephrase it. More major storylines being affected by injury.
That's a fair call. I think it's still for the same reason. It's still at its core the same reason. People care about injuries and care that the athletes are being taken care of, whether it's wrestling or football or basketball or anything else. So you can't have it. I'll tell you, like, I'm intrigued with AEW right now when Tony Khan's out there promoting that they have the most safe wrestling working environment in America, while Daniel Bryan's wrestling with a broken freaking face, right? That's a head injury.
I gotta tell you, the patch thing,
looks dope.
that is so cool.
It looks dope.
Not that I want to injure myself to wear
but if I was,
yeah,
I'd want an eye patch. I think that you've just gotten to a point now where we care about the athletes as more than just entertain me for a couple hours a week. We care about them as people to some degree, and those injuries have to be treated as very, very important, to where you can't rush people around like wrestling was notorious for doing, especially when now we know all the background, which is wrestlers aren't unionized. They don't have health insurance. They are coming out of pocket for this stuff by and large. So you got to give them a chance. And I think has it ruined stories? I never get mad at somebody for having to drop a program because they got hurt. It sucks. I don't like it. But has it happened more? Definitely.
All right, let's talk about the devil, because we need to talk about the devil. We kind of, I'm going to do that thing. We all knew who the devil was, and we kind of did. Most people believe the devil was Adam Cole, but I think AEW did enough to make you doubt a little bit, and make you think, well, maybe it's not him, And then when it was revealed, you're like, yeah. See, I knew it was him, but a week before you're like, well, maybe it's not him. Maybe it's this person. Maybe it's, as far as the people in the group, we had that nailed. I mean, it was the devil was the one trying to figure out who it was. Knew it was Wardlow. There was only one guy with that kind of body type, and pretty much figured that it was Roddy and his guys. Now the Undisputed Kingdom, which makes it the UK. So I don't know what they do when they go to Wembley. Do they call themselves the UK? I don't know if that's, do you do that?
It works. I like it. It is okay to have a story in my opinion, it is okay to have a story pay off in a predictable way, as long as the payoff is still impactful. I mean, yes, I think we all kind of assumed that it was either going to be Adam Cole or it was going to be Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, friend of the show, acting on behalf of Adam Cole while he was rehabbing. So I think we all kind of knew the direction that this was going in. The reveal was fine. Cole having the hair down and pulling it back was a Bond villain move. And MJF sold it like an absolute champ. That dude deserves like Emmy consideration for his acting in some of the stuff he's done this year. So I think that, yes, it was predictable. Predictability is not bad. Boring predictability is bad. I do think they probably ran it about 3 weeks too long for the reveal, but we also kind of know why they had to do that now.
All right, so you and I, we've argued over Drew McIntyre and him saying, well, why do you guys forgive so easy and all this? This is how it should be done. if you listen to how Adam Cole explained it last night, why he did what he did, and basically coming on the people about being so able to turn, and you know who this guy is. Why would you be on his side? Of course I'm not on his side. I did you a favor. I'm just paraphrasing, but this is how this angle should be done. We've talked about how the best villains are ones who believe they're the hero. Well, that's how Adam Cole came across last night when he addressed the fans, that he's the hero for taking out the scumbag. And you get his point. You get his angle. You get all that. And I think it's more believable than what Drew McIntyre's doing. And I think you can compare the two.
I think you can compare the two. I don't have an issue with that. The interesting thing with Cole is, as you have mentioned, as I've been saying the whole time, like, I really wanted the Devil to be MJF, but obviously after he dropped the tag belts, that didn't make sense. Cole's run makes sense. And on top of that, you get to realize he kind of has a point, because Max spent multiple years being a terrible person. And now Cole gets to go, you may not like how I did it, but I took the strap off a terrible person, right? Drew, and there's a reason I like Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens that is common between the two, because they're the only two guys that it seems like they watch the product, right? Like, they watch the show. They know what's happening elsewhere. Drew McIntyre saying it makes zero sense that Jay showed up and you just all forgave him. You're just all buddies now because he goes, and that's fun. You're just all buddies now.
It is fun.
He screwed Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. He screwed Cody Rhodes. He screwed all these guys over the years. And yes, for him to show up and them all to just go, hey, buddy, we missed you, is kind of dumb. That's why I like Kevin Owens. The runs he had, what was the one a couple of months ago when friend of the show Gunther and his lackey showed up and he's like, hey, nobody said your name. You're supposed to wait until somebody says your name.
He's still doing
and
that.
You walk up behind me. Or him yelling at Waller. Like, these things are great because it shows that he's a wrestling fan who watches the show, not just performs on it. I think that's good. That's why I like what Drew McIntyre's doing, because while he may be going overboard about it, he's the only one that makes sense, with the exception of Sami Zayn, who goes, I love second chances and I love this guy and we had a run and I was tricked, so I understand why he was tricked as well. Outside of those two, nobody else makes sense with what they're doing. On top of that, Drew looks like a certified killer when he rocks the all black.
Is Chris Jericho wrestled his last match for AEW?
I got to tell you, I kind of at the point where I hope so.
Because of the controversy.
Yeah. You got what? Because there's multiple controversies, right? Yeah. On one hand, you don't have to like it. It is what it is. His wife made her Twitter account public, and there was some stuff that did not look so great to a lot of people on there. Then you got the whole thing with Kylie Ray, which the story going around right now, which seems to have some level of depth to it, is that Kylie Ray was tricked into going into Chris Jericho's locker room where he made a pass at her, and that's why she left the company. Apparently, they signed some sort of NDA agreement, and then Jericho said on Twitter, I did not sign any NDAs, which may not be true. And if that is not true, then there's some sort of repercussion that can come with that. That's a big controversy that he's having to deal with. You add on top of that the fact that what has Jericho done in the last 2 years that is either A, original, or B, not piggybacking on whoever's hottest at the moment, right? He's piggybacking on Omega. He's piggybacking on the Bucks. He's now piggybacking on Sammy Guevara's story with the Don Callis family. There's no reason for any of that other than I'll put it this way. In my opinion, it just feels like he needs to constantly write himself into the center of attention without actually doing anything to earn that spot, which is too bad, because the thing Jericho did better than anybody else was constantly reinvent himself over and over and over to be entertaining. He got a clipboard over for Vince's sake. Now he's not doing that, and he's got out-of-the-ring controversies. I got to tell you, if I'm Tony, I absolutely think it's probably time for Tony to tell Chris, hey, man, Go in the back, be a producer.
All right, 3 quick things before we go to break. Red Hood. John Moxley showed up as Red Hood, which is one of my favorite characters of all time for DC. Dolph Ziggler also showed up Wrestle Kingdom, got in a fight with David Finlay.
Like that.
But don't know if that means he's going to end up being in New Japan, but probably will. And then finally, our friends at Borderlands Comics and Games in South Carolina Comic-Con announced that Danhausen is going to be at Comic-Con April 6th and 7th.
Which means what?
Which means hopefully we get him on the air to do an interview. That's what
Love that.
we're definitely going to work on that. We've never failed with wrestlers so far. So
there are 2 things I would like to add real quick before we go to the break. Number 1, Bryan Danielson wrestled Okada in Japan. It's incredible. If you just like a match,
when
you
does
don't
he
need the
not?
story to build
When
up.
does he not do an
I don't
incredible
disagree,
match though?
But Okada's incredible too. If you just like a match, you don't need a story. You just sometimes want to see a fun match. Okada, Bryan Danielson is good. Second thing, and I'm glad that James brought it up. Kevin Dunn has left WWE. If you don't know who Kevin Dunn is, yes, you do. Kevin Dunn is the reason that during a match, you get 9,000 camera changes per second. And every time somebody starts throwing fists, the camera zooms in and out for no reason at all. Could you imagine coming out of TV production school where you went and got a degree, you got an education to learn how to be a wonderful camera person, and then you get there and they're like, hey, put your hand on the zoomer and then just do this a bunch of times. He's gone, and immediately, it becomes a better product to watch.
And if
Immediately.
someone's looking at the stream and they don't have the sound on,
Go back and watch it. It's good.
no, watch it. seeing what
make sure the sound
seeing what Robert's doing, his hand motions is just
Yeah, I regret that.
You should. You absolutely should. Do not go back and look at that. Don't do that.
Horrendous performance. Back after this to wrap up the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
So am I a big enough of a Chiefs fan that I'm going to watch Blaine Gabbert? I don't know. And they're playing Chargers. I don't know. Titans.
I hate having to do actual work, man.
Yeah, which we're both doing right now. It's
I
like,
hate it so much.
I was a little behind on my chapters. Should just write poop on all of them.
I have 0 ex-wives.
I did label the first chapter "Are You Regular?" Just because, I mean, this is what we talked about in the first segment. So, you know, it's trying to be accurate. So Kevin Dunn being gone is a UFC thing, right? Whatever the name of the company is.
I'm just glad.
Well, I want to know if you can tell a difference.
I do celebrate the product about to get better. You can, because he was gone for a little while, and while he was gone, the cinematography of the show was just better. There's a clip from a showdown between Cena and Styles that somebody put on my timeline yesterday. The camera starts, Cena's music hits, and the camera starts with the shot of the Cena logo on the Titantron. It zooms back and out slow, and it shows the stage and him coming out, and it's down below him, and it follows him all the way down the ramp, follows him into the ring, and is showing him about to do his whole intro thing. And then it shows Styles jumping him, and then the camera rotates to the side so you actually see what's happening. And I was like, dude, it looked like a movie. Like, show me this.
And the keeper of all things cool in the sports world.
Wrapping it all up on a Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is right here on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Thank you very much for hanging out with us today. Rob Brown and Lonzo with you. The Weenus and Pitt Show carries on as always. Coming up on tomorrow's edition of the show, we got a lot of stuff we get into, including and basically leaning on, how did I get the hiccups with 3 minutes to go? That's terrible.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's terrible. Tomorrow on the show, we are going to lean heavy into the National Football League because it is the final week of the season. We have 2 games on Saturday. Both of them have division title impact on the line. Then we have got a bunch of games spread out over Sunday. We got 6 at noon. I think we got 6 at noon. I think we got 7 more at 4:25, all kicking at the same time. And then we have the night game between the Dolphins and the Bills on Saturday evening. We will get into all of those, the playoff ramifications, what you should be looking for.
Of Red Zone, I believe.
It is the last because I don't think they do it for the playoffs.
Which is it's a sad time.
I got to tell you, it felt to me like this football season, in the middle of the football season, it kind of felt like it was dragging. It kind of felt like it was dragging. And I don't know if that is because the 2 teams that we cover, the 3 teams that we primarily cover at the time were all not doing great, Bob. Right? Gamecocks weren't good. Clemson lost 4. The Panthers obviously are the definition of atrocious right now. It felt like it was dragging. And then, 2 hours ago, I woke up and it was the last weekend of the regular season in the NFL. College done been over. We got 1 college game left. We got 1 weekend of regular season NFL games left. And now all of a sudden it feels like the season started yesterday. Right? It feels like the season started a week ago. It's wild. Time's weird. It's not real. It's a flat circle.
It has to do with age, I believe.
Yeah, man. My doctor told me to report back to him about what my poop looked like, and all of a sudden, I'm ancient. Anyway.
What does it look like?
No, Deanie. I'm not doing it. Leave me alone. All right, so tomorrow on the show, we'll take a look at the NFL playoff scenarios and run you up and down the schedule, pick our winners and losers. We also will dive into the early preview of the national championship game. Remember, that game is Monday because reasons. Please move. I know you can't move it to a weekend because that game is still technically during the NFL season. Push everything back a week. I hate that game being on a Monday. I hated it less when I worked at 9 a.m., but I have to watch that game in its entirety. I can't not watch that game that night in its entirety. Can't do it.
It should be on Saturday nights when college football is normally played.
I don't disagree, but the NFL would have to agree to that, and they're not going to. You and I both know that.
They could move they could make their game start at noon and then the next one at 4, and then you go into the national championship. They could do that.
But they're not going to because the most eyeballs on a Saturday are on TVs at night, not in the daytime. They're not going to do that.
Wait a minute. People don't go out and do stuff?
I mean, people do. Not all of them. Hey, let's do this.
And now, the Rob Brown Show.
I just don't want you telling me what to do. I'm gonna hit the button when I want to.
Oh, I know. We've met.
Time to ask Rob why things are Xing in the world, and he will let us know because that's what he does. He's so good at it. The first thing that's Xing is Margot Robbie.
I saw that Margot Robbie was Xing earlier in the day, and I will tell you, obviously, with today being what it is, there was a certain list of names that have been released that people are really diving into.
Has nothing to do
now.
with that.
I'm sure that it doesn't, but in my head now, every name I see today is going to instantly be connected to that. Margot Robbie is trending because she is...
All right. She has said in an interview that she hopes Harley Quinn becomes like Batman and some others, that someone else will take over the role, followed by someone else taking over the role, that it's iconic enough that other people can play it. She's not saying she's not going to play it anymore, but she wants to be able to hand it off to somebody else.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I'm good with that.
And that's the reason why she's trending, because I saw her name. I was like, wow, with all these names, that name doesn't fit. I don't know why.
For sure. She is a, listen,
First it was Stephen Hawking, and then it was her. And it's like, okay.
That was a weird one.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking. Why is he on this?
Again, real quick. And I said this earlier to Lonzo. I'll say it again now because ordinarily this has no place on the show at all. Someone's name being on that list is not indicative of someone having done something, because the guy in charge of this list inserted himself into a lot of places in American society, high places. And a lot of people did not know that he was involved in these other things. And when he was doing his philanthropy and highfalutin, he would fly people around the country to different award shows and whatnot that were not connected. The list that came out today, I'm not going to say it's irrelevant because it does show you who had that connection or not, but it is not what a lot of people are going to tell you that it is. Just because somebody's name shows up on that list today does not mean that they were involved in the stuff that got that guy thrown in jail.
I agree. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, it doesn't matter if you. It matters that you're on the list, but it doesn't necessarily mean you went to the island.
Correct.
That
is the important part.
We need that sign-in book from the island. When people go to a resort.
Oh, and there are people looking for it. I promise.
Yeah. All right. The next thing that's Xing is Tetris.
Dude, I'm real bad at Tetris.
Really?
I'm real bad at Tetris.
I'm not bad at it. I like Tetris.
I also am, and I absolutely believe there is a direct correlation between cleanliness and ability to be good at Tetris.
Really?
My fiance kicks my A at Tetris we got an old school Nintendo. We play Tetris, we play Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, 3. We got the old school setup, and every now and then we get into Tetris. She crushes me at Tetris every time. It's the only game she does. Crushes me at Tetris every time we play it. And she is also the organizer in our family, whereas my side of the house is disjointed and chaotic. I know where everything is. I know where everything is when I need it. I know exactly where I left it. No problems. I think there is a direct connection between ability to play Tetris and ability to be an organized person, and I am not either one of them.
All right, a 13-year-old has just set a record for Nintendo Tetris, if I recall, something that hadn't been beaten since it came out.
You ever watch the bros play competitive Tetris?
I used to play competitive Tetris. There's a dual-screen Tetris that came out on Nintendo, and you used to beat everybody at that. So, yeah, I love that.
Dude,
there's nothing like people get mad about Tetris.
I hate Tetris.
I've had more people get angry about Tetris than Madden. So
I don't hate Tetris. I hate things I'm bad at, and I hate Tetris.
I think in order to be a good producer, you got to be good at Tetris.
Honestly, there is a reason I ended up on this side of the glass. It's because if you ask me to do all the stuff you want to
get
do
paid.
over there,
you want to get paid.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what it is.
That's it. You ask me to do the stuff that's over there. Struggling. Y'all have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out tomorrow. Full NFL schedule rundown, early preview of the college football and national championship game. We'll check in on a little college basketball because it's about that time. We'll see y'all back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah.
What is this conform that you speak of? I don't know. I'm an anomaly. I would say there's no one like me, but I know there's two people that are exactly like me, which is pretty sad.
Nobody like me.
All right, they're not exactly like me, but they're pretty close.
Your kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like if you combine them, it would be me.
Yep. Chick-fil-A is bringing back the honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich.
So
Yes, please. Yes, please. And apparently they're doing it because they said that they were not going to bring back the honey pepper chicken pimento sandwich. And there was a backlash on social media, and they were like, oh, I guess we will do the honey pepper pimento.
really, that hasn't made them open up on Sunday, but you know,
Well,
it's kind of like the McRib.
That's a
You
personal
say
decision
it's
by the
gone
owner.
forever, then it comes back. Sounds like a marketing ploy to me. I just, you know. Except we're still eating those McRibs that were probably packaged in 1974. I think McRibs are just combined Spam jelly. They have no texture to them. You notice that it's meat that meat should get stuck in your teeth a little bit if you're eating like a hamburger or something like that. I don't know. No, we're still on
Yeah, we
stream.
were talking.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was talking.
Happy fat kid noises. Yes, that's. You know what? That could be the name of this show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Happy Fat Kid Noises show with Rob and Lonzo.
And we'll just make some happy fat kid noises. Yeah.
Yay. All right, dudes and dudettes, I have to go do real work. Ugh,
I
gross.
don't,
I hate
obviously, because he always just speaks about him going to do real work. I don't do real work.
Lonzo has ledgers to write or something like that. I don't know.
Actually, I'm behind on those now that you mention it.
Gross.
Yeah.
See y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. You're amazing people. Tell your friends about us. Goodbye.